place where all the action is.
Yeah.
But didn't come the ring job in the ship. But I
I'd love to go to America.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm 16. I used to go racing. Got in the pit with a comic mate. Saturday, we used to go on Saturday, just go to practice. So I'd get a kid in the engine and race on Sunday. So if you wanted to find out anything, it's Saturday with Tom. And they wouldn't tell you much. You got a problem, so they wouldn't tell you. Anyway, this commentator, I just wanted to get on. He said, do you want to come up and help me in this commentary? Take numbers down. And then on the rest of the day, we go round and we talk to the riders who are really good. And the ones who are not, go and stand near the vehicle and just listen, pretend you're looking for fun, listen to the conversation. Then write it all down. We've got something to talk about. And because in those days, I'm talking about 64, when people like Mark Hale was tested and people like that, and Agostini. And they used to, they'd roll in, but they're in their big flashy cars, but they'd have a removal with all the mechanics and all the parts. And I used to always sleepwalk. I got excited at night. And so when I had this chance to go with him, and because nowadays it comes into your ear all the while, it's still difficult because you've got a constant stream of information. You've got to make a conversation from something. And I used to be
Jamie's not running, Oliver's not running.
Oliver laughing at us. And beforehand we'd decide and pick somebody out, pick 2 or 3 people out who we knew but had tight engines or got 1 or 2 problems with great riders. And then you'd circle them out because you knew that they'd be starting on slow. And then I'd check on say the first, say on the 3rd lap, see how much progress I made on the first. And then I'd give it to the there was on a chart, he played up 15 places, because otherwise you didn't know anything, whereas nowadays it's a problem. And then when it comes to things like racing a year, the big ones, Murray Walker wanted to get that muscle, and I worked with Murray Walker 3 times, and he's a nice chap, he's a bit of a nightmare to work with. He
says that about everyone he knows.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you.
Job that. So I guess we're somewhere over there.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
Yeah, you're about a quarter mile down here, I think.
I hope so. We've already done umpteen miles.
Well, you're just around the corner here.
We're just radios.
Pardon?
We're radios. Yeah. Yeah, this is a nice spot. Go on then, what do you lads reckon you are here?
We're marshals and we've also got a radio.
Yeah, but where do you reckon you are? What about that?
On the map, oh we're here. You know, where are you? We're between here. Exactly, yeah, that's where we are. Because they'll be coming round here.
Yeah, that corner. So the other corner where the other radio is. And then, yeah.
Yeah. both at the same time. Well, we'll just say get on with it.
Yeah, up to you, lads. Off you go.
Well, my tablet says it's 10 minutes to go to the first race of the day, which is for under 17 women. Referee today is Graham Healy, technical delegate Terry Alcock, meeting manager Paul Gooding, the event manager Richard Inchley, clerk of the course Pat Carlin, starter Kath McGrath, start area coordinator is Malcolm Charlish, chief timekeeper John Vickers, and finish area coordinator is Bob Brimage. So we wish them and their teams, as well as all the athletes and spectators, a good day's athletics. So it's less than 10 minutes to go now to the first race of the day, the under 17 women's event. Now, I've been asked to make a little announcement before that event gets underway. It's a birthday announcement. Apparently, Amy Newbold, who's a Mansfield Harrier, has a birthday today. So we hope it's going to be many happy returns. She races well.
You just walked down there, have you? You got it?
Yeah.
It is a bit of a spread out.
So, can people start clearing the course? I know it'll be a while before the athletes reach the finish, but there are a lot of people walking down the finish straight. Could you remove yourselves from the course as soon as you can, as soon as you find a gap? Now, down the far part of the course, we do have some spotters. And FR Systems have made sure that I can operate this tablet of mine and key in athlete numbers so that we can tell you who's contending ahead of the field in all our races today. FR Systems, who are processing all the results for us here today.
There's a gate down there, and that carries on.
And it's also live on TV, although incidentally looking at the screen, I can see that mistake we pointed out, the timing of the junior men's race is incorrect. On the TV screen it says 15:30, race 9, which is for junior men, is actually 15:20. So team managers make sure when the junior men arrive that they are aware of that. Don't take any notice of course maps, some of which are incorrect, particularly the small ones.
See you, mate.
So good morning and welcome to an unprecedented instalment of the world's oldest national cross country. It is of course the 2024 Saucony English Cross Country Nationals here in just outside Telford actually at Weston Park. This event was due to take place some 203 days ago, but finally it's time for the cross country to return. The venue, as I said, is Weston Park, the historic home of the Earls of Bradford, situated at the foot of the Lizard Hill. We'll see a little bit of that in the course, but not too many hills today at all. It's 1,000 acres of land that we're running through, capability brown landscape that looks stunning now, but in 5.5 hours time, will it be muddy? We'll have to see. It's a warm day down there, it's 18 degrees, so we'll have to see how the ground can hold up in September. This is one of the most historic cross countries in the world. As I said, it's the oldest national cross country worldwide. And some of the names that have run this event stand out so strongly. You look at the likes of Mo Farah, Ron Hill, Brendan Foster, Dave Bedford, Diane Leather, Jess Dood, Charlotte Purdue and Georgia Taylor-Brown. But who's going to join them on the historic honours board? Well, I'm Harrison Main. I'm going to be finding out with you over the next probably 5.5 hours as we take you through the National 2024. We start in a few minutes' time at 12 o'clock with the under-17 women. You can see them lined up on the start line there. They'll be racing one small lap, one medium lap. Then we move on to the under-15 boys, the under-13 girls, under-17 men, under-13 boys, under-15 girls. Then we've got our junior women who are under-20 at 2:05. Our senior women follow them before the under-20 men, and then the senior men who conclude our day at 4 o'clock. As I say, it's unprecedented to have this event in September. Usually it does take place in February. It was scheduled for February this year, but it had to be postponed until today due to a flooded car park. So it's great that the organisers have been able to get us underway, even if it is very, very late in the cross-country season, possibly the latest cross-country in British history. The whistle goes for the first time in 2024. The national cross-country is under starters' orders. Our under-17 women up first. 5 kilometres of gruelling grass with slopes and banks and twisty, turny corners. But who will come out on top? They'll move forward from the back white line to the forward line in a minute. The marshals who are stood there in their red vests will step out the way and allow them to tear off down the starting funnel before they enter the main circuit. They'll take on a short lap first, which is approximately 2 kilometres long, and then they'll contest a medium lap, which is about 3 kilometres long.
He didn't know anything about it. He lost the interest in it. And yet he wanted post-TT and race of the year.
Still we wait for the start. You can see the athletes in their club colours lined up with their team. Some athletes talking, some looking more nervous than others. But all of them, their eyes ahead, looking at that first corner, trying to pick the spot they want to run into. The best line for them, so they want to be on the outside to make up places or on the inside to run shorter distance. That's what the start of a cross country can be like. You see some people warming up just behind as well. The athletes will not be able to see them at all. They'll be laser focused, as I say, on that first corner. Down on the bottom of your screen, you can see the athletes taking part in this under-17 women's race. We've got lots and lots of athletes taking to the course today, 2,837 to be precise. As I say, that will take us through to probably about 5 o'clock this evening.
1 minute to go
maybe
before
a bit
the
later.
start of race number 1.
The announcer says 1 minute to go for our under-17 women. I'm sure they definitely heard that. And this is when the nerves will start to build and the anticipation will hit the athletes. You'll see some of them jumping up and down, trying to keep warm. And now they're released forward to the start line. They'll crouch down and await the gun. Nearest to us there are some Telford athletes. Telford, the nearest big town to Weston Park here. Home athletes picking their spot. They want the inside line into the first corner. So away we go, our under-17 women kicking off the 2024 Saucony English Cross Country Nationals here in September. It's a burst of colour as the athletes try and form a bit of a line as they come through towards the first corner. One of the Telford athletes on the inside has done well to get herself right up to the front, right against the barriers over to the left. Nice and dry so far, no mud splicking up into the faces of the athletes behind. That's something you might see later on in the day should it get a bit more muddy. Clearly, we've got some people very eager to get off to a very quick start. One of those.
So with the
Right from
women on
very
their
early
way
on there.
on race number 1.
That's Imogen Wharton of Warrington AC. She holds the lead around the first corner as they now enter the small lap. So from here, 2 kilometres, so they're back at this point and they'll contest the medium loop. You can see lots of athletes up there, all still battling at this stage. You tend to see that. They'll all wait to make their move. Sophia Roditis of Salford Harriers wearing the 85. She seems to be up near the front. You can really see a group of 3 now starting to move clear. Katie Pye of Aldershot Farnham District is there in 3rd place. She's one of the athletes that we'll be looking out for. She's had a decent track season, but tends to be better over the country. And she's happy just to sit in near the front very early on here. Pye, of course, a GB representative. 28th at the European Cross Country Under 20 race back in December. Winner of the London Mini Marathon as well, and she's looking very comfortable in that lead kind of group. You can already see how spread out the field is as they continue to just make their way around this small lap. No one looking to make a decisive move just yet though. Tilly Nicol of Bath, the athlete who seems to want to force the pace at the front in that blue vest. Make their way round to the right now, and then they'll hit the 90-degree turn, which comes with a hill that they'll take upwards before they turn back on themselves, back towards the start line to begin that medium lap.
When you punch that camera around, smile.
There is that 90-degree turn. In the back of picture there, you can see the athletes at the front of the race taking the hill. Here they are now, still that fairly reasonably sized group, all just working together.
Chris Stott has just taken down the first information we've had from out on the course.
Freya Murdoch of
First
Salford
number quoted
in that
was
group as well.
104. That belongs to Tilly Nicol of Team Bath, who was 20th in this race
So just telling the
last
stadium
season.
there who's in that lead group. We can see currently 6 or 7 athletes really powering forward, but I think the one we're looking at mostly at this stage is Katie Pye.
121 is Freya
Has to be the
Bradley
favourite in this field.
of Westbury Harriers.
Isla McGovern next to her, Banbury Harriers. She's another of the more well-known athletes in the field.
119 Imogen Wharton of Warrington. She was 9th in the under-15s race last season.
Comes into this cross-country off the back of a very, very strong track season. 2nd at the European Under-18 Championships over 1500. And of course, English Schools 1500 metre champion. But how does the 1500 metre speed play into a 5k cross-country? You can see some undulation. They're going up a little bit of a hill here.
And the other number quoted in a leading quartet was
being
84,
in September, we have the added
and that
factor
belongs
of
to Freya
how strong our
Murdoch of
athletes
Salford
feeling. They've
Harriers.
just finished that track season. They can still probably feel the fatigue in the leg of taking the 400 metre laps in training, in races, time after time. But how strong do they feel here in mid-September, starting off the cross-country season ending the 2024 season. I'm sure many of the athletes view this as the first race of the 24-25 season. I think we're going to have a very interesting day on our hands. So the athletes now making their way back down towards the start line. They're on this small lap, which doesn't quite go to the finish line, doesn't quite go to the start line actually. It kind of curves away right as you get there, and then takes them round onto the medium lap, which we'll see shortly. It's lovely to get to see so many of our athletes coming down, willing to try what is a very difficult race. It can be quite lonely if you're not right at the front. Things spread out very, very quickly. There's normally someone to look at, there's normally someone to try and pick off as you make your way through the course. Back to our leaders then.
Right,
And it is one of the local athletes who hold the lead. Zoe Gilbody of Telford.
Earlier, they've been joined by number 86, who is Darcy Slattery of Salford Harriers, 10th in the North of England Championship.
Katie Pye and Isla McGowan still there. As I mentioned a few seconds ago, it is Zoe Gilbody who leads. She's one of the athletes who've raced internationally. She ran for England.
1:06 is Zoe Gilbody, last year's silver medalist.
At the mini marathon down in London.
4
Fifth
seasons
place
ago,
over
she took the
3,000 metres
under-13s
at the
title
English
in
Schools
these
Championships. But cross country's her forte. She was 10th at the CAU Inter-County Championships over at Woollerton Park at the end of last season. That would have been a week after the Nationals here. You can really see those 4 athletes pulling clear.
Number 85 is Sophia Loidaitis, the North of England bronze medalist.
So they make their way
Salford
down
Harriers.
here as they loop back onto the medium lap. They'll do everything they've just done, bar the little cut through the middle, and they'll continue further through the field. We'll get to see more of the fantastic landscape here
So
before they
got
turn
number
back
60
round
up
at the
there.
furthest
That
point on the
number
medium
belongs
lap.
to Faith
Ahead
Taylor of
for
Lincoln
the run in
Wellington.
towards the finish. This is Freya Bradley, who's pushing the pace at the front, representing Westbury Harriers. She's in great company there.
Athlete number 30 is Iris Clark of Derby Athletic Club.
She was 4th, of course, at the English Schools Championships. Freya Bradley, over 3,000 metres.
There, Darcy Murphy of Vale Royal.
She's another athlete that likes her cross country. 5th place at the Cardiff Cross Challenge.
And Jasmine Wright wearing 87, another Salford
She's
Harrier.
really forcing the pace early on here, Freya Bradley.
You're better off here today, Fred. Yeah, she's down at the finish. She doesn't have to walk all the way up here, you know, John.
Gap starting to open then. Katie Pye follows Freya Bradley through. Then a small gap back to Isla McGowan. And this is kind of what I meant earlier when I said it can get a bit lonely in the national cross country at times, especially in some of the smaller fields like this one. I think our under 13 girls, there's 400 or 500 entries, but for the under 17 women, it's more like 150 to 200 entries. You can see big gaps in the field, and if you get stuck in one of those gaps, you really have to battle your brain and just try and keep going and trust that someone will either catch you or you'll catch them and have someone to run with. That brown path you can see in the middle of your shot it's actually a tarmac path, but what they've done is they've put wood chippings over it to protect the spikes in the bottom of the shoes of some of the athletes. Stops them grinding on the tarmac and prevents potential injuries there, but it'll be interesting to see what spikes people are wearing today. Will it be track spikes? Will it be cross-country spikes? certainly not looking too muddy at the moment. It's not wet at all. We believe it's about 18 degrees at the moment. Very windy though. Quite nice conditions for a cross country actually. We're used to wet, cold days in February, January, even December sometimes. But here the weather is much nicer. So here's our leaders.
To the extra loop that
Katie Pye
comprises the medium laps.
still there,
The
looking
leader
comfortable.
1-2-1 is
Alongside her is Freya Bradley still.
Westbury Harriers.
Zoe Gilbody there in third. If you look back to the left of the picture, you can see the athlete in fifth, who's made up a lot of ground there, going past Isla McGowan.
The World Junior
But we really focus in
Championships
on our two leaders,
where she finished 33rd.
who've been together stride for stride so far.
So last season picked up silver medal in this under-17
Katie
women's
Pye
race.
in the red, or over to the
Joining
left,
Frey,
Freya Bradley
we have number
in the
3,
white, over
Isla
on the
McGowan
right.
of Banbury Harriers, who was silver medalist in the under-15s race last season. When she also
here
took
they'll
a
turn
bronze
left
medal in the English schools
and back on
intermediate
themselves.
event. And during the summer, she won the English schools intermediate 1500 metres title, and then went on to take
There's Zoe
silver
Gilbody of
medal
Telford,
in the European Youth
her way around
Championships.
that corner.
So Isla McGowan wearing number 3.
Quite a lead over fourth place.
104, Tilly Nicol of Team Bath, still up there.
Tilly Nicol there, it is in fourth place. But she's definitely moving
Is,
through the field,
number 84.
trying to build into the race. Which can be quite difficult to do sometimes. There goes the hairpin.
Is Freya Murdoch.
Now the athletes will work their way back up the hill
Salford Harriers.
towards the finish line. About another kilometre till they're back on the small lap again. Which will
She
bring
was
them right
13th
down
in
and
this
into the
race
finish
last
funnel.
year.
Wait, is it recorded?
124 also moving through the field. Ella Daly
Get the sense
from
that Freya
Windsor
Bradley really
Slough
trying
from
to
Hounslow.
Run the legs
6th
off Katie
in
Pye
the
here. We know
under-15s
Pye's got a
event of
fantastic finish.
2022.
Showed that
In the summer, she
in those
won
European
the English
under-18
schools
championships over
steeplechase
1500
title
metres.
in this under-17s age group.
Freya Bradley
But I think
definitely
that might
better
be
over the longer
senior
races.
title, she will have moved up.
So she'll be really
These,
eager to try and put some
championships
distance
today
between
being
herself
based
and
on
Pye
last
by the time
winter's
they
age
reach the
group
sprint finish. And she's trying to use the hill to do that, which is always a good tactic. Just trying
So
to
still in there,
use the hardest
Sophia
points on the
Roiditis
course
wearing
to her
85,
advantage.
North of England bronze
So the athletes
medalist
trying to
from
do some of the
Salford
more difficult
Harriers.
corners too. Spurt out of them to try and gain an advantage wherever you can.
Number 60, Faith Taylor, Lincoln Wellington. And 119, Imogen Wharton of Warrington.
Lots of athletes taking to the course today as they work their way down this hill. Then they'll look to turn the corner slightly further back from the leaders, who we join again now. Now they're at the top of the ridge, if you like, right at the foot of the Lizard Hill. And they're moving at some speed there as they try and build momentum towards the finish line. It looks like it will be between those two, Katie Pye and Freya Bradley.
Sorry, do you mind taking a few steps back, just because...
So there's Isla McGowan again. She's in 5th place. So we see lots of shots of athletes on different points of the course. the National Cross Country. It's one of the most inclusive races on the circuit, actually. Anyone can enter. There's no criteria. You don't have to represent a county, or you haven't got to go through a qualification process. You can just go online, enter the race, and everyone has a shot of becoming a national champion. It's great that we still have races like that as we're back to our leaders. We've had quite a big move there, I believe. It looks like Freya Bradley is out in front. I said she'd need to do that, use her 3,000 metre strength to try and get ahead of Katie Pye, and that's exactly what she's done.
2023.
So Bradley out in front. Come up towards the final kilometre or so.
Closest pursuer.
4th place at the England Under-20 Championships, 2nd place at the English Schools Championships. Freya Bradley takes a glance over her shoulder to see the damage she's done. She leads by probably 40 or 50 metres, and she's looking really strong. No change in the stride pattern at all. She flies past some of the athletes walking up as she moves into the finishing tunnel now. Look at the crowds lining the course. They've come to see who will be the first national champion of 2024. Freya Bradley holds the lead. It's Katie Pye back in second. But Bradley really looking strong, extending the lead with every single stride she makes.
She took the European Youth 3,000 metres title.
So Freya Bradley into the final 150 metres or so.
Quick note,
down this
the second
long
race today
finishing channel.
Boys, is going to be starting.
It starts with a downhill and then it goes flat, and that's where the raw speed will come out. Will Bradley need to use it? It doesn't look like she will. So Freya Bradley now into the final few strides. The tape is out to crown our first national champion of 2024. The Under-17 women's is going to be won by Freya Bradley of Westbury Harriers. Here she comes up to the line. Look at the lead she's built. Freya Bradley takes the tape. She is the Under-17 women's Saucony English cross-country national champion.
106 here.
Takes the handshake. She'll get the rose. She looks tired, but she's done some great work there.
Silver again.
There's Zoe Gilbody. She's going to come through, I believe, to take second place. Confirmation then, Freya Bradley, 17:57 her running time. 5 kilometres in 17:57. That's good running. If you go and do your local park run and just clock 17:57, it's a very, very respectable time, especially on terrain like this.
104
Freya Bradley,
here is
the champion.
of
Zoe
Team
Gilbody
Bath,
in second.
proving upon her 20th of
23
last year.
seconds behind. Who's going to finish
One
in
is
third?
Evie
Katie
Powell of
Pye there.
Abington, winner of
Taking
the
a fall.
CAU's
There's third
Under-15s
place. It's
title
Bath coming through.
2022.
Number 104, Tilly Nicol, will take
3 is
bronze.
Isla McGowan of
55
Banbury
seconds
Harriers,
behind Freya Bradley.
last year's silver medalist in the Under-15s event.
4th place there.
127 is Jacques
I
Herra.
think that's Evie Powell of Abington AC, another athlete
9th in the South of England
we've
Championship.
come to really know in the last 12 months or so. There's Isla McGowan. And this is when it gets really busy. You can hear the athletes need to ask to keep moving through the finish line. It gets really chaotic here. Jenna Bailey it was, finishing a few moments ago. And now we'll get to see a long train of athletes coming through the line. Everyone in their own personal battle. Everyone wants to beat the person nearest to them. That really was fantastic running from Freya Bradley. She really put the graft in that final kilometre and a half. They were together, Freya Bradley and Katie Pye, for much of the race. You could tell from the get-go actually that Bradley was the one who wanted to try and make things quick, make it an honest race. And in the end, Bradley using the hills to her advantage to come through down the home straight with the lead, crossing it to become the under-17 women's national cross-country champion.
Well done, Freya Murdoch. Just crossing the line there.
Still athletes coming through the finish. At the bottom of your screen is the under-15 boys. They're due to get going in about 4 minutes' time. They'll do 2 small laps. We'll drop in with them shortly. We're really focusing on the athletes coming through. You can see to the left the results, so the top 5 there on the screen. It will update as people cross the line down at the bottom of that graphic.
There's 8 cameras, all live stream. And then it will just
So with just 3 minutes to go before the start of race number 2, you'll see over by the start area the under-15 boys all lined up. And this race is over. Yeah, this is over 2 small laps, so that's lap A on the map, and a total distance of 4K for the under-15s.
Still works on the Sesame Street, whatever years back, still goes. She works there. And but he works, he's gone from, I forget which company he works for, but he's gone from there to work for the Natural History Museum in New York. Massive building on Southport Park. And
The under-17 women's race coming to an end now. You can see athletes still coming through. 2 minutes just under to the start of our under-15 boys. They will start regardless of whether the under-17 women have all come through the line.
They go out on location. He said they go on jollies and they spend say 3 or 4
So Freya Bradley,
and
the under-17 women's champion.
It's for, you know, when you go into a museum and you can click onto a monitor and you can look at, you know,
Under-15 boys up next. Last year it was won by Owen Alford of Wolverhampton and Bilston, with George Wilson in second of Cleethorpes AC, and in third Matthew Drummond Clark of Preston Harriers. You can see the athletes quite chatty in the group there. Lots stretching, lots trying to keep their bodies warm.
And he said, well, half the time I'm on a jolly. There's days when you can't do anything.
The under-15 boys have taken part in this national cross-country since 2003. Parliament Hill, the first venue to host this age group.
no, I'd love to do like, I've got a few friends who do
Last year's team winners, Trafford AC. But now we are ready for the start. Final preparations are over. Now the under-15 boys will take to 4 kilometres, which is 2 small laps of Weston Park Fields. The pistol fires and away go the athletes down the starting chute. You can see how big the field is as the colours merge into one and the pack forms. Again, the athletes taking part are all listed at the bottom of the screen. The athletes all converging into one over on the left-hand side.
Living in a massive bungalow in Florida. To Pokey, really hard, which is about
Definitely see a Trafford AC vest right up near the front. Gabriel Wagstaff of Bronscombe and Redditch is up there too.
now it's the in place. And this Matt Damon side place just
You
can't
can just see everyone fighting for position early on.
and now all the
Stoke athlete there, Telford represented.
but when it comes home from work,
Leeds City up there. It's at Reconsaw Valley, I can see too. Herne Hill Harriers, lots of great clubs taking part. They're all trying to form at the front.
From coming from a place with a double drive and
Yeah.
but he loves it.
So early on,
Can't understand
the leader
it.
is Arthur Elliott of City of Stoke, I think. Might just hold the lead. Alongside him is Mikey Bacon of Rotherham Harriers. He's in the all black wearing the number 481 right in the centre of his shot.
It's like that running, isn't it?
Yeah, every second counts.
You can see just how competitive this race is. No gaps in the field just yet. Now it looks like the Trafford athlete is going to want to take the front. That is Pio Aaron, the white with the blue and yellow sash. No group forming just yet. Still just a big pack. They make their way over the path and they'll turn to their right. Almost at the halfway point actually of the small lap, so approximately a quarter of the way through the 4 kilometre course, so 1k in. Now the under 15 boys has had some huge names in the races, but one of them that you might be aware of is Alex Yee, the triathlete, who came 3rd.
Yeah. Oh, too small. Probably looking right across.
He also came 3rd at under 20 level back in 2015 as well.
What age?
3rd again in 2022. There go the athletes then, round the corner. They'll make their way up the hill now before they turn back towards the start area.
No, it's on the 15 boys.
Arthur Elliott of City of Stoke in the white with the red and black bands, trying and set some kind of pace. It's not too quick too early here. The 3 you see at the front have been the 3
under 15 boys
really
race.
led this one out.
481. Mikey Bacon of
Make their way up
Rotherham
that tough hill
Harriers.
now. As we see the Leeds
First
City
number we heard
athlete.
from our spotters out on the course.
He moves his
Second
way up
number
into
was
3rd place, and now the gap
543.
starts to
That
form.
belongs
They've
to
used the hill.
Pio Aaron of Trafford, who was 20th in this race last year.
I think that might be Yared
Taken
Allen
silver
of
medal in
Leeds
the
City
North
who's
England
moved up.
Championships.
I think he's in 2nd place now.
Then 372 Arthur
Ahead
Elliott,
down
City of Stoke,
towards the end
was
of the first
4th
small lap.
in the Midland Championship last January.
See every club being represented. So pass our camera and move to the second half of the small lap. And now we have got a clear lead group. It's a group of 4. Yared of Leeds City is in that group.
Right, an update.
Arthur Elliott's in that group.
Boys race.
And there you can see them now.
377 is Luke Davison. Cumberland Fell Runners.
Pio Aaron
5, 6,
leading
7.
that group of 4 to come down into the heavily congested fan area
Sorry, just got
next to the
key
start
that
and
in.
finish line. They'll loop back round.
That number belongs to
Continue their
Casper
way round.
Wilson at Winchester Running Club.
So now it looks like Rotherham happy to take up the front of the race. This time it's Mikey Bacon.
And 493
Really
is Jared Morris
Pio
from
Aaron there.
Shaftesbury
They're
Barnet
running stride for
Harriers.
stride next to each other.
Those athletes have joined the others I mentioned earlier.
And those two starting to run away from the rest of the field here.
Pointed out to me, they're just coming down to the turn to go.
Mikey Bacon takes a turn.
Into their
Pio Aaron
second
cuts
lap.
underneath him. And now we've got a race on our hands as they head
Thank you for that,
into the
Roland.
second lap.
We now have the official results for you.
I mentioned
of,
earlier
race
that
number
hills and
1, the
corners are good
under-17
places to try and make a move. And that's
And,
exactly
that
what
was a
Trafford have
very
done here
clear
with
win
Pio Aaron.
for,
He used that
Westbury
corner
Harriers.
just as he
Freya
went blind
Bradley
for a second.
was third
He
in
cut
the
away,
Midlands,
put a burst in.
17 race in
And now
2023.
Mikey Bacon has to try and chase
Zoe
him down.
Gilbody, once again second as she was in 2023 at the Nationals of Telford AC, and in third place Tilly Nicholl.
So it is just a group of 3 at the front now.
And big improvement there. Up
And
from
then that
20th
huge
in
group
2023.
behind who is
So
still all
Freya
battling
Bradley,
each other.
Zoe Gilbody and Tilly Nicholl.
Mikey Bacon, something of a surprise package in this race. 10th in his heats at the English Schools 1500 metre championships, 22nd at those mini marathon championships, 84th at the English Schools cross country championships. So certainly here, if he can continue in this fashion, this will be a huge upgrade. The results so far this season. The highlight, probably a 42nd place finish at the CAU Inter-Counties, 13th place at the Northern Counties cross country.
Right, Will. 5. All 5 ahead of you. All tight. Work hard up the hill and go down. 5 ahead, Will. You're looking better than all of them. Come on, go in. Yes, Peter, great there.
Pio Aaron,
Right, Henry and James.
the athlete with Mikey Bacon over at the front. Mason Trophy 1500 metre champion, 4th place over 3,000 metres at the English Schools. Very, very good cross-country runner, 2nd place at the Northerns, 16th place at the Inter-Counties Championships, as I said earlier, due to take place around the time of these championships before they were rescheduled back in February. Really great support being given by the crowd. You can hear them shouting their athletes' names. But back to the front, and Mikey Bacon now alone on his own. So Bacon holds the lead. Aaron, still the athlete there in 2nd. Yariad Alum of Leeds City is in 3rd. Mikey Bacon looks really strong as he works his way up that hill.
Well, number 481, Mikey Bacon of Rotherham Harriers, still up the front.
Now the athlete in 3rd, Yariad Alum,
He has with him
English Schools
543
cross-country
Pio
champion
Aaron
last season.
of Trafford.
in 3rd at the Northerns. So these 3 very much
Schools
used to
junior
racing
bronze
each other.
medalist in 2023.
Got 2nd place, 3rd place and 13th place from that race.
Here we have a new number, 438, that's Yariad Alum of Leeds City, the English Schools junior champion from
Alum went on
last
to
March.
represent England at the SIAB Schools Cross Country, of course, for his 1st place finish.
372 is Arthur Elliott, City of Stoke.
Mikey Bacon, somewhat surprisingly leading the race. as they work their way down towards the finishing chute. And here's a great shot. You can really see so many athletes in picture working their way up this hill and towards the hill.
5.23 is Toby Loughlin.
This kind of gives you a snapshot into what it's like to race
of 2022.
in the national cross country. When you're running between the tape, you can see athletes ahead. You can see so many different colours, so many different vests. You just have to try and focus on the one in front and work your way closer towards them. But this is what it's like to lead. No one around for Mikey Bacon of Rotherham Harriers.
Another update.
He'll work his way around this corner.
10-minute warning and 13 girls.
Just about a kilometre to run.
45, which is in just under 10 minutes time.
The last we saw, that was a really interesting battle for second too, but here's Bacon again. Looks like Pio Aaron there in second, the Trafford athlete. But here is Mikey Bacon as he works his way into the finishing chute now. He looks away to his left, grits his teeth and says, come on, I can do this. It's not Aaron in second, it's Yariad Allen, the English schools champion from Leeds City. He's closed that gap. Can Mikey Bacon hold on? His pink spikes digging into the green turf as he heads into a crowded section.
Steve Winfield is getting his binoculars out.
Fans right behind Bacon.
View of this long home straight.
Yariad Allen, Leeds City, still chasing. Quick glance behind from Mikey Bacon. He heads to the bottom of this hill and hits the flatlands. There is Allen. So Bacon with quite a lead. That will be 50 or 60 metres, I should imagine. And it seems to be growing. The tape is out and ready to crown a new champion. It's going to be Mikey Bacon from Rotherham.
4.81 here is Mikey Bacon.
Here he comes to the line. The biggest run of his career so far. Mikey Bacon, national champion in the under-15 boys, Saucony 2024 English Cross Country Nationals.
4.38 here is Yariad Allen of Leeds City.
What a fantastic performance that was from Bacon. Yariad Allen takes second.
5.43 Pio Aaron of Trafford, North of England silver
Pio
medalist.
Aaron looks like he's going to hold on for third place.
3.72 Arthur Elliott, City of Stoke, fourth in the Midlands.
There you go, it's a northern 1-2-3 there.
5.21 is Thomas Vesti of Taunton, who was 8th in the CAU.
17 seconds the lead between Mikey Bacon and Yariad Allen.
5.23 Toby Loughlin, Team Bath.
Elliott in fourth, Vesti in fifth, Loughlin in 6th place, and you can see how competitive a field this is. Here they all come through. Everyone battling to finish just one place higher. It's a long finishing straight. It takes about 90 seconds from leaving the small out to coming down the finishing line.
So great to see these under-15 boys streaming through this finish line here. And meanwhile, over in the start area,
you can really see the effort these athletes have put in.
Getting arranged within their pens, ready for the start, which will be in 5 minutes' time.
Brown holding it really nicely so far. These national cross countries sometimes can be a complete washout. I remember Nottingham must have been 2020, I think it might have been. It was so muddy, there was a lake you had to contend with, water and mud. Must be nice for these athletes today.
If you'd
Pristine
like a
grass,
memento of
lovely
today's
conditions.
proceedings,
warm
Martin
day too.
Cadwallader is
It's always
here
quite
with
nice.
his usual produce.
Our under-13 girls up next. They'll get going in about
Not
5 or so
receiving
minutes.
details yet.
Your under-15 boys still finishing
Garments
at
are
the top of the screen.
available, prices are. But if we do receive that information, we'll pass it on with a reminder of their availability.
So the action coming thick and fast here at Weston Park. Almost ready for race number 3, which gets going in about 2 minutes. The under-13 girls. I mentioned earlier that this was one of the biggest fields we'll see. The senior race is always quite full, but it has about 300 athletes in it. 308 athletes entered. So there's our start line. For our under-13 girls, you can hear the wind whistling around, the trees moving behind. It's a warm day, but the wind making things a little bit cooler. Bottom of your screen again, you can see the athletes.
Just 1 minute to go until the start of the under-13 girls. We'll just wait for that and then we'll give you the official results of the under-15 boys race.
So the athletes brought forward to the start line from the holding line. They race forward to try and find the best position. Waiting and ready. Out steps the marshals. See bright coloured socks in the field as away we go. Our under-13 girls race part of the Saucony English Cross Country Nationals 2024. Telford athletes again away to the left. They clearly know where they need to be.
Race, total distance of 3K. I'll give you an update on the course once we get it.
The under-13 girls race is one of the hardest to
promised, here are the
predict.
results of the under-15
You have some
boys
athletes
race.
who'll be taking
And
part in the
first
national
place
cross country
today,
for the
13
first time in the
seconds.
bottom age group.
Mikey Bacon of
Bottom
Rotherham
year
Harriers,
of the age group, they will be
AC,
taking
was
part
third
for the
fastest
first time.
in
They
the
can't
Northern
compete
relays,
as an under
last
11.
September. Second place, Shariat
Leeds
Allen,
City, who move
first
straight to the
in
front.
English schools from Leeds City Athletics Club. And Pyle
Sophia
Aaron
Harris it is,
of Trafford,
I believe,
AC,
at the front.
in third place. He was 20th last year, moved himself up to third.
So Leeds City
Mikey Bacon, Jared
finished
Allen,
second
Pyle Aaron.
in the under-15
Those are the
boys a
medals
few minutes
in
ago.
the under-15 boys.
Led early on in our under-13 girls. A couple of Aldershot, Farnham and District athletes up there. But again, it's very difficult to tell this early on who's going to want to be at the front. That looks to me to be Isabella Buchanan of HY Runners. Now she does hold the lead. And immediately we seem to have a sort of group forming there of 4 or 5 athletes. There is a gap in the pack there behind our leaders. But as I say, Isabella Buchanan, the athlete on the front, forcing the pace through the opening few strides. This is just one lap for these athletes, one medium lap. So I don't have to worry about looping back round. It's a straight run to the finish. So Buchanan, still really the athlete pushing the pace. She's probably just about still holds the lead. She's the silver medalist at the English Schools Championships, over 1,500 metres. Winner of the Sussex County Championships, both schools and clubs. Second at the Parliament Hill London International Cross Country this season. So definitely one of those names to look out for in the future. She's right up there in this race early on. A few more athletes have got into that front group, which was 6. It's now more like 12 or 13. There is a gap though between that first pack and these athletes slightly further down.
They'll go round and then that's it. No one's got any effort to whack the effigy with pins of him stuck in it after the last
See a dog there, far left of your screen. Dogs and cross country, things that go synonymously together. Our athletes now working their way up towards the left as they come off your picture here, and they work their way up that hill.
Feedback we've had from the under-13 girls race. 1001 is Hayley Bacon of Rotherham Harriers. Same club
The
as the winner of the
announcer
last race. She was
spotters
10th in the North
out
England
on the course, and he's
Championships
telling us that
January.
Hayley Bacon is up there. Remember that last name? Well, funny enough,
1078
it's the
is
same
Zoe
club
Allen
to
of Windsor Slough
Rotherham
from
Harriers.
Hounslow, who was 7th in this
That's
race
sibling.
last year. Third fastest in
We
the
can see here
cross-country relays at Mansfield last November.
It's not Hayley Bacon who leads.
And those are the only 2 athletes our sponsors were able to pick out from a rather large bunch.
I think it's Maisie Mullet of Reconsaw Valley who's away to the left of picture. Another one of those names you hear time and time again.
Thank you.
But actually, down the centre of pitch, it's quite clear that our leader is Cara Gorman of Windsor Slough, Eton and Hounslow.
Hayley Bacon is not only
She's just ahead of Isabella Buchanan.
as the winner of the last race. She's got the same surname, so we think they might be brother and sister.
Clearly Cara Gorman with a lead of 4 or 5 metres there. Those two clear by a margin. Now Gorman, she finished 9th at the English Schools Championships over 1500 metres. 4th place at the England Championships over 3000 metres. So clearly she's got both speed and endurance, and that's going to help her over this 3000 metres of cross country. Very, very good cross country runner. 3rd place at the Inter-Counties, 3rd place at the Southern Championships, and 3rd place at Parliament Hill London International. 13th at the English Schools Cross Country Championships, but the age groups work slightly differently there. So I'd imagine she was the younger age. It's Cara Gorman who leads. In 2nd at the moment is Isabella Buchanan. Real battle for 3rd behind. Gorman looking to upgrade. Trio of bronze medals to a gold or silver. They work their way up that hill.
Is it an auto button?
And they are now working their way back towards the finish line. That's the furthest point on the medium loop. Now they're running straight towards the finish, and it's always nice when you have a course like this. You turn that corner and you know, right, every stride I take now is going to get a bit easier. I've got less distance to go. It certainly helps the athletes.
Martin Cadwallader has just given me details of what he has available in the clothing line. Hoodies for £20. You can get a hoodie plus a t-shirt for £25. Now all these t-shirts are long sleeved, and you can get 2 of them for £12. So it's a hoodie for 20. That's a hoodie on its own. Hoodie plus t-shirt for £25.
Filtering through.
2 t-shirts.
So many different clubs, athletes from so many different places across England. There you go, Cara Gorman's lead is growing. She takes a glance back to try and see where Isabella Buchanan is. There she is, about 20-30 metres behind. I make that Derby currently in 3rd position of a group of about 4 athletes.
Well done, Eva. Good running. Let's go, Erin. Well done. Well done, Erin.
There's only 2 athletes from Derby in the field, Joyce Lenton and Olivia Lee. So one of those currently sat in 3rd position.
Well done, Lily. Great running, Lily. Well done, Izzy. Let's go, Frankie. Well done, Frankie. You've got it.
Listen to the roar of the wind. This section of the course, I believe it's a crosswind for the athletes. Blowing across their body, so they might move slightly to the left, if anything, but I doubt they'll feel that too much. It's more when it's in your face that it can be difficult as a cross-country runner, especially if that happens on the hills. That is quite horrible. Back we go to our leader, Cara Gorman, into about the final kilometre, just over. She'll make her way into the finishing chute shortly. There is Isabella Buchanan, the chasing group, so perhaps that lead starting to shrink slightly around that windy bit of the course there. But there goes Gorman into the finishing channel. And there's a battle for 2nd happening behind. We'll try and get you details of that, but Cara Gorman still pushing herself forward. So Cara Gorman works her way down the hill and onto the flatlands. She'll be able to see the finish. The roar of the crowd will help her on. It is still Isabella Buchanan in second. Then it's the Derby athlete we mentioned earlier. Possibly Olivia Lee.
What Kelvin do you want it on?
Or Joyce Lenton.
Mainly change it.
But it's Cara Gorman.
Well,
It's just a few strides from the finish now. The tape's out.
1081.
And Isabella Buchanan's found a bit more energy to try and push and close down. But she's got a lot of ground to make up. She's to catch Cara
Here
Gorman.
come the leaders down the home straight now. And this
So
looks
Gorman,
like
who's had a
Winchester
trio of
House
bronzes
no
at the
best.
Southern Championships, the London International, part of
And
the
it
Cross Challenge
belongs to
Series,
Cara Gorman.
and at the Inter-Counties Championship. Finally, she gets her gold. Cara Gorman is the under-13 girls Saucony English
This
Cross
is
Country
Isabella Buchanan,
National
who was
Champion.
fourth in this race last year, having won the South of England title.
There's Isabella Buchanan, fourth in 2023, second in 2024. And there is the Derby athlete. It is Olivia Lee, who comes through to take third.
And 897 there was Olivia Lee of Derby Athletic Club.
So top five on the screen. Gorman first, 11 seconds she led by Buchanan, so quite a close race really, over 3 kilometres. Lee in third, York in fourth, Pinder in fifth. The top 10 comprised of Allen, Sands, Walmsley, Maisie Mullet and Kelly.
So subject to that race result to be confirmed by the judges at the finish.
There's still the athletes piling through.
Gorman,
Ladies, you've got to keep moving away from the line, thank you.
You can see
who was the bronze
those
medalist in
battles.
this race last year.
You can see the parents and the fans away to the left trying to catch a glimpse of the athletes they've come to watch.
Well done, girls, just keep going down to the bottom.
We said this was one of the larger fields we'll see. You can see how congested that finishing area can get.
This way as well. Keep going down that way. Go to the side, please keep moving. Go this way as well, ladies. Hold on, just keep moving, ladies.
Hopefully this has been a really positive experience for lots of these athletes who it is their first time taking part in the national cross country. It's great that we have got some of the younger age groups able to take part in the same event as some of our international stars actually. We'll see later on in the senior race.
Well done, girls. Just keep going down for me. Down to the bottom for us. That's it, keep moving, girls. Well done. Well done, girls. Just keep moving for us. Well done. Well done. Well done, everybody. You're doing great.
So the time now is exactly 1 o'clock, and we're about to start the fourth race on today's programme, which is the under-17 men. And that race will be going off at 1:05.
Well done. Right.
So the bottom screen there shows our under 17 men. They're 4 minutes away from starting their race. And at the top we continue with the under 13 girls. Place 227 about to cross the line. So on we go to our under 17 men, due to start in 2 minutes time. This race is 6 kilometres in length. 2 of the medium laps, which we just saw our under 13 girls do, exactly double the distance of our previous race. Quite a strong field here.
BBC, but see, I noticed 4:13 haven't taken this, and they go to different grounds for a report. I recognise her, of course, and it was her. She does football as well.
So 1 minute to go before the start of the under 17 men's race. Now
Brought up to the start line.
So
there we go with our under 17 men.
On
Two
the first
medium laps. 6 kilometres the race distance.
K for the under 17
A
men.
very quick start we've had here.
In the meantime, we now have more results for you. And
the athlete
official
right
results
up there is
of
number
the under 13 girls
1305. That's
race,
Thomas Gilliver of
which is
High
recently
PKC.
concluded. Saw
Lots
a
of
win for
Berkshire
Cara
Harriers
Gorman
vests
of
up near the
Winterslough
front as well.
and Hounslow. She was third in this race last year.
Does look like
and,
Thomas
third in the
Gilliver
counties.
does want to lead early on.
Isabella Buchanan.
But now it's a Reconcil Valley vest at the front with 2 Berkshire Harriers there in second and third. That's changed already. It's a big pack, and there's a big fall in the middle there.
23.
Lots of athletes getting caught up.
Third place went to Olivia
Thankfully
Lee,
they're back to their feet and able to
Athletics
continue.
Club. So it's
Now we
Cara
get
Gorman,
the shot.
Isabella Buchanan and Olivia Lee, the medalists
The
in the
athletes have
under
settled
13
down.
girls race.
We'll get into their running now.
We also have results now for the team placings in the first of our 2 races today. It's the under 17 women's and the under 15 boys. And first of all, the under 17 women saw a win for Winterslough, Eton and Hounslow with 45 points. Second place there for Salford Harriers with 72 points. And in third place, Epsom and Ewell Harriers with 182 points. So congratulations to Winterslough, Eton and Hounslow. On to the second race today, which was the under 15 boys, and that saw a win, and a clear win for Tunbridge AC with 80 points. Trafford taking the second place with 109 points, and Chelmsford AC taking the third place with 151. So congratulations.
So you could hear there some team scores from earlier on. Back with our race here, we've got 4 athletes side by side blocking out the front of the race, and then that big group in behind. No one yet to make a move. We are about 1 kilometre in to the 6. Really just shy of that. We are now into the medium lap. They're off the starting chute. As I say, no real moves just yet. You can see the whole field still really together. No breaks just yet. It's a great venue we're at, Weston Park.
So we'll shortly have an update for you on this first lap.
Hosts lots of events in the year. 50,000 people visit this premises every single year. Events include bonfire and fireworks extravaganza, as the athletes you can see turning left at the top. Christmas food fairs and other summer events. Here are our athletes back into shop.
And many of them at half price, so lots of super shoes in there, and many of them at half price today. So get yourselves along to the Derby Runner stall.
Still no real move.
See what you can equip yourself with.
Yes, 1294. First number sighted over the airwaves.
Catini of Harrow AC, the very early leader. Alongside him there is Luke Dunham of Hearts Phoenix. So they're the athletes in the black with the green, white and blue stripe wearing 1294, and in the red wearing 1304. So they're your 2 leaders. But as I say, it's still very open. You can see the speed these athletes are taking.
Michael Catini from Harrow. First number quoted from the under 17 men's race.
Yeah, you can. No, I'm not live right now.
Second number 1251 belongs to Harry Wright of Chelmsford.
Now we have something of a move.
The only other number our spotters were able to pick out on
That's
a large
Ben
bunch,
Sproats.
rushing past, was 1289, Jamie Connor of Giffnott North. It's a Scottish club.
So North Shields Polytechnics at the front That is Ben Sproats. Fifth at the Northern Championships. Second at the Sefton Park Cross Challenge, the Liverpool Cross Challenge in 2023. So good talent. He leads about 2 kilometres in.
I've just been told that Scottish athletes have been allowed to guess in these championships. Of course,
ground really holding up well.
Their championships clash
See,
with these English
the
championships.
inside line has been mowed.
February.
Still, big group. The athletes really working their way back down towards the start of lap number 2. They are taking on 2 medium laps.
Right, an update. 1250 is Sam Plummer of Chelmsford, the South of England champion, who went on to
Hearing the
take
name Sam Plummer, Chelmsford AC.
Actually, that South of England title was in January of this year. Last year, he took a silver in the CAU championships and won the English Schools Intermediate title. 1260 is Michael Clark of City of Norwich, the South of England silver medalist from last January. He won the English Schools Intermediate 3,000 metres title in the summer.
So that group now started to condense down. There is Sam Plummer right up at the front, wearing a yellow with the green band.
1204 is Rafferty Hurd from Aldershot Farnham and District.
I've got some guest athletes in here
And
from other nations
1247 Joseph Grange
within the United
Chelmsford,
Kingdom.
who was third in the South of England Championships.
Current leader though, it is Michael Clark of City of Norwich
So by my
AC.
reckoning, in
in
that
the yellow
top 4 there,
and
we've
red
got the 3
hoops.
medalists from the South of England Championships in January.
So Clark, the English Schools 3,000 metre champion, went on to represent England at the SIAB Schools International. Took the gold there too. As for cross country, 6th at the English Schools over in Pontefract. 5th at the SIAB Championships in Abbottstown in Ireland. So he is definitely one of the athletes to watch in the field. He's the one who's setting the pace. It's not too quick, too early. Now gap starting to open. 2 Chelmsford athletes in that lead group. Sam Plummer it is in the leading 2. Sam Plummer, the Essex County Schools champion and clubs champion as well. 13th place at the London Mini Marathon. Back in 2023, he took 2nd at the Intercounties in Loughborough. He was the English Schools cross-country champion in Nottingham. had some success when he's come to the Midlands. That was the east. We're over here in the west in Shropshire, just outside Telford, at WESTON Park.
Still quite closely bunched as they head into their second lap in this under-17 men's race. It's still 1:2.60 up there. In fact, his was the first number quoted. That's Michael Clark, from the city of Norwich. And in 1:2.50, Chelmsford athlete Sam Plummer is next. And in 1:2.47, Joseph Grange. That's the three South of England medalists in the top 3 places at the moment.
So you heard the update there from the PA announcer on the course. We're back with the action. They come to the top of the first of the hills. It's only a short one. No real change in the order. Tell you, the other Chelmsford athlete is Joseph Grange. He's currently in 4th place. Luca Gamling is the athlete in 3rd of St Edmund Paces. Back with our leaders as they come round the furthest point on this medium lap. Sam Plummer forcing the pace at the front, just ahead of Michael Clark. Clark wearing the England shorts with his Norwich vest as they work their way up the hill. You can really see how difficult this race can be. The faces of some of the athletes. This is an interesting corner. You've got the longer grass on the inside line, the shorter cut section on the outside line. Might make some athletes question where to run. This is one of the staples of a good cross-country course. These undulating sections, the downhills give you a bit of momentum to help you up the uphill. But all it does is zap the energy out your legs eventually. Almost a trip there from one of the Chelmsford athletes in the mid-pack. As we look slightly further down the order, move back to the leaders, we can see Michael Clark. Is he out front on his own, or is he in second place? Regardless, Michael Clark looking strong as he comes around to the end of the medium lap. So he is in front, I can tell you. Michael Clark leads. Sam Plummer is there in second, just behind. And now they come down past the various photographers and into the crowd section, into the finishing chute. So it's Norwich who lead with Michael Clark. The gap is not massive though. Plummer 5 or 10 metres behind, I'd imagine. Glances over his shoulder. He heads into the downhill section. The wind blowing across him as he finally approaches the flat.
So on the
this is the closest race we've seen so far.
Men's race, it's
Michael Clark in first, Sam Plummer in second. What can Plummer do to try and close the gap down?
City of Norwich. 1247, Joseph Grange, Chelmsford.
Still, that battle continues.
1248. Joining another Chelmsford athlete, Jacob Hurrell.
There's third place over to the left.
And they're coming down the finish now.
Down to the right is our leader, Michael Clark.
So it is City of Norwich athlete Michael Clark wearing 1260.
He was sixth at the English schools
intermediate 3,000 metres champion.
Earlier on in the 2024 cross-country season. Here in September, he's going to continue his cross-country season that he started many months ago.
Schools intermediate
Michael Clark ends his 23-24 season with a national title. He wanted to wave the banner in the air. I'm sure he won't be too disappointed. He is a national champion. He'll take home the ECCA's gold medal. Michael Clark first, Sam Plummer in second. Thomas Preston of Peterborough Neem Valley takes third place.
And third across the line was Thomas Preston at Peterborough and Neem Valley, 1347.
Your top 10 then, Clark, Plummer, Preston, Millard and Busfield. In the first 5 positions, separated by just 13 seconds. Before this race, the smallest gap, between first and second was 11 seconds. So Dunham in 6th, McDonald in 7th,
time now,
Grange in 8th, Smith in 9th,
and we see below us the
Johnson
under 17
taking
men
10th place.
streaming down this finishing straight towards the finish, and meanwhile over there at the start, the under 13 boys are making their way towards the line, where their race will be starting in 5 minutes' time.
Athletes sprinting their way through the line. Remember, it's not just an individual competition. Team prizes up for grabs too. Every position might be the difference between taking home a medal or not for your team. For this race number 4 of 10 for the 2024 English National Cross Country Championships. Under 13 boys are up next. They'll get going in 3 minutes time. They're at the bottom of your screen now. One medium lap for them, so half the distance we've just seen the under 17 men run. And again, a very big field. Now, if you are looking for results at all, they are available on the FR Systems website. You search Saucony National Cross Country Championships, you'll see it. So the under 13 boys up next. Last season it was the top 3 of Thomas Thake of Hallamshire Harriers, Noah Homer in second of Rickensaw Valley, and Adrian White took third of Trafford AC. So another of the races that's only been in the programme since 2003. Jake Medberg, a previous winner of this one in 2022. William Rabjohns in 2018. Some names we might see later on. We get on to our junior category. So the names at the bottom of your screen of all the athletes. The athletes tear forward. They line up ready. 3 kilometres they have to contend with. It's our under 13 boys national cross country. Again, many athletes racing for the first time. They can say, I've started a national cross country. Away they go. Very early on there. You can spot Callum Yates of Gloucester AC wearing the 1822. He's to the left of picture, taking that inside line. Looks like he'll hold the lead through the first corner. Now he's passed though. Charlie Brown of Newcastle Staffs, it is now on the front. He's setting a ferocious pace early on as they enter the start of that medium lap. Spotted the number 1831 there as well. That's Theo Creed of Hercules Wimbledon. And it's him who leads. Looks to me, Charlie Brown right up there. Maybe he's got himself into second again. The man who finished 27th at the Inter-Counties Championships, 5th place at the Midlands Championships. He's overtaken again. Finley Byrne of Swindon Harriers is in 2nd place, but as I said, the leader here, Theo Creed, representing Hercules Wimbledon. Creed was 9th at the English Schools Championships. The Inter-Counties champion, 2nd place at the London Mini Marathon. And a decent track season too. He's a good all-around athlete. 5th place at the England Championships over 1500 metres. And early on here, he's already built himself a gap of 20 or 30 metres. They run out of picture, and we'll get to see the full field. Mentioned earlier about some of the events that have been hosted here. So many different things they put on, from craft fairs, summer events, bonfires. But back in the year 2000, before any of these athletes would have been born, they hosted the G8 Summit. US President Bill Clinton, British Prime Minister Tony Blair, and 15 others leaders headed down to Weston Park. There's an old manor house here dating back to 1671. As I say, you can add the National Cross Country to the list of prestigious events hosted.
Right, early leaders in the under-13 boys race include 1831, that's Theo Creed of Hercules Wimbledon, who was 5th in the South of England Championships before going on to take victory in the UK Inter-Counties at Nottingham.
So back with our leaders again. It's clear that Theo Creed is off to a really strong start. Byron Roberts of Eastbourne.
1919 is
Currently there in
Finley
2nd
Byrne
place.
of Swindon Harriers. Oh, I think we're just about to get another update, so I'll pause there.
Craig Calver is in 3rd place, so that's your top 3. But that 3rd place is not secured just yet. There's a big group chasing him. 6 athletes within about 15 or 20 metres.
Apparently that update was
2nd
the last
place,
runners, the tail
only
enders,
just
so
ahead.
I'll carry on. 1734 is Elliot Langley Abar of Bracknell, 9th in the South of England Championships. 1955 is Craig Calver of West Sussex, West Suffolk, I beg his pardon. Equal fastest in the cross-country relays at Mansfield.
Back we go to Theo Creed, the furthest point on the course.
And 1818 is Byron Roberts of
3rd
Eastbourne
place
Rovers.
position changing again. I think there might have been a
Those
Guildford and
5
Godalming
numbers
best.
picked out from a large bunch at the head of the under-13 boys
Possibly
field.
George Bone.
Thank you, Roland.
But no doubt about the leader at all. Theo Creed glances over his shoulder once and twice. Those big flowy corners are perfect to do that because the athlete behind might not notice so much.
45 was Michael Clark.
Sometimes coaches will tell you not to look over your shoulder at all.
He was second in the south of England earlier this year, back in January.
The risks of tripping up, but also the athlete behind might think, oh, they're worried about me, I'll put a spurt in.
Second place, a guy who pipped him at the south of England this year was Sam Plummer from Chelmsford AC, and he was first in the English schools cross country 2023 and second in the inter-counties too in 2023. In third place from Peterborough,
two teammates there looking to see,
we have Thomas Preston,
giving each other some praise as they continue their races.
Sam Plummer and
Castle
Thomas
Staffs, that was.
Preston. Congratulations,
Two athletes.
to you three. And then moving on to the race prior to that, the under-13 girls, we now have the team results
once again,
for you. And
Theo Creed,
win for
the
Chelmsford
orange
AC,
and red of Hercules Wimbledon.
points. In second place, Warriors Pentathlon and Athletic Club with 105 points.
His 3,000 metre time on the track this season, 9 minutes 8 seconds, 0.61.
And in third place, Windsor Slough, Eton and Hounslow with 153
This is someone definitely to watch out for.
And with a first and a sixth in there, of course, Cara Gorman taking the title in that particular race.
Once again, you can hear the wind roaring as the athletes make their way past.
Well, on the
Back with Theo Creed again.
under-13 boys race.
Through this slightly lonely
Still,
section of the
Theo
course.
Creed of Hercules Wimbledon.
He'll turn the corner here and then he'll be met with hundreds of people. They're still awaiting him. He'll come down into the finishing chute. There is Creed. Let's try and spot the gap back.
1831, the second number. Quoted was 1818. That's Byron Roberts.
Creed checks his pace as he glances down at his watch. Into the finishing tunnel he goes.
And then we have Craig Calver,
Another glance
West
over his shoulder.
Suffolk, 1955. And the leader is just coming
Creed
into
heads
sight.
down the hill towards the flatlands where the black banner is that he'll cross at the finish line. Still that battle for third continues. Dacorum AC and Guildford and Godalming, I think it is, battling to try and take the bronze medal. Theo Creed now down and onto the flat, another glance over his shoulder.
So here comes Theo Creed wearing 1831, the Hercules Wimbledon athlete. It looks as though he's going to add the English national title to
There's a
his
view
UK
of the wonderful
inter-counties
landscape
title.
featuring Theo Creed, who's about to take a gold medal for an English national cross country. Here comes the line, Theo Creed,
Charlie Nicholson of London
the inter-counties champion, now the national champion. He crosses the line, stops his watch, hands on his head.
1818 was Byron Roberts of Eastbourne Rovers.
I can tell you, Roberts took second. It was Nicholson
1801,
in
who was
third
very
of
close to
London Heath side.
1868 there.
McDonald
It's,
to Cora in third.
Oliver McDonald, the South of England
Equal
champion.
time between third and fourth. Beck in fifth, Langley Abar in sixth, Calver in seventh, Haywood in eighth, Shingler in ninth, Byrne taking 10th position.
Guys, you can't stay there, please. You've got to keep moving. Keep moving, guys. Guys, you've got to keep moving down.
So we're now halfway through our programme of races. Race number 6 about to go in 3 minutes time at 1:45. And you just heard the whistle there for the under 15 girls to be ready on the start line. And their distance today 4K, which is 2 of the smaller laps. 4K for the under 15 girls.
Guys, keep moving for us.
No, we're on 2.
Just keep moving, guys, down to the bottom. Guys, well done. Guys, please. Guys, stay on your feet.
It's going down to see the weather. He's actually trying to run now.
Moving, lads. Stay on your feet. Just keep moving down for us.
So we go to our under 15 girls, who will race over 4 kilometres, 2 small laps for them. Forward they go to the starting line. Our under 15 girls, the last race of our junior age groups before we go on to the junior race, which is actually for the 20s and the senior races. Away we go. Our under 15 girls tearing at the start. They all try and bunch in to the left-hand side to take the sweeping left-hander in a few strides and head out towards the start of their first lap.
A message from Joe Mower, the assistant referee today.
Olivia Forrest of Brentwood Beagles
At the finish
straight
because a lot of
to the
athletes,
front.
as they cross the line,
Missy Tiller, her
looking at their
teammate,
time on
also
their watch,
there.
and their arm is obscuring the number, therefore the chip is not registering. So please, if you hear this announcement, and if you remember, please Do not do that. We know it's an automatic reaction to check your watch when you... But you will get a time from the chip if you don't obscure it.
So,
and of course, it's worth adding that
clearly we have a leader in Olivia Forrest, who's one of the big names in the competition, really. She's had a fantastic season.
In the meantime,
European under-18 bronze medalist, over 3,000 metres,
the hoodies
become
and the
accustomed
t-shirts.
to her
They're
yellow
all
and
selling
pink
quite
socks.
well here today.
English Schools 3,000 metre champion, Southern 3,000 metre champion, and English National 3,000 metre champion on the track, but on the country, Inter-Counties champion, Cross Challenge champion on several occasions, English Schools champion, London Mini Marathon champion,
2 for £12, so I believe they're selling those.
London International champion, the list goes on, SIAB champion.
You can get one for
She's
£10,
looking to add the national cross country to the list.
So go for that.
She will come into this as firm
if you like the
favourite.
hoodie and the t-shirt, then great
After a long track season.
£25. So that's over at the hoodie
and see
store
how
in the
she's
white
feeling.
tent near the food and drink area. Also over there we have Derby Runner, a great selection of equipment.
So Forrest
and
leads them up the
particular
first
shoes,
little slope.
and several models of Saucony super shoes over there. And
take the
many
right
of which
turn
are,
shortly.
most of which are discounted, some of which are
They pass
actually
the
at
path
half price.
and head
So
down
get yourselves over there and have
towards
a
the
look.
turning point, which they'll take, cutting across the infield of the medium lap and heading back down towards the start of their second small lap. Behind Forrest, it's all to play for. Lots of athletes battling it out. No one clearly breaking away, although a group of 5 somewhat got out of the main group.
They'll be round there in about 3 minutes, lads. About 3 minutes. Maybe a little shorter, but not much. That took a lot of notice, that, Nick. I say they took a lot of notice. No, they did. They turned around when I said 3 minutes.
First news from the under-15 girls race is that 2-1-3-0 Olivia Forrest of Brentwood Beagles is up
Back
there.
to our
She
leaders
was 4th in this race last year, and
Olivia Forrest's lead has grown.
before these championships should
Now
have been
out to
held. She won the
60,
South of England
70
title.
metres or so.
And the following month, after these championships should have been held, she took the UK Inter-Counties title
slope she
and the
goes.
English Schools Intermediate title.
The announcer on the PA reeling off Olivia Forrest's many
Double
honours.
239 is Ella Rose Whitworth of Lincoln Wellington, who was 11th in this race
Ella Rose
last
Whitworth
season.
in second place.
And last January took a silver medal in the North of England Championships. 2206 is Sabrina Coppola Johansson of Epsom and Ewell Harriers, who was 4th in both the UK Inter-Counties and the English Schools Intermediate event last March.
So the athletes on the front of the race head down towards the start of their second small lap. The main pack just working their way around. There is Olivia Forrest. The lead still fairly big. Looks to me that Ella Rose Whitworth might be in third position now, the Lincoln Wellington athlete. You can see how twisty parts of this course can be.
Also up there is Lily Slater of Kendal, wearing double 231.
Olivia Forrest The easy work of the course on this opening lap.
.2174 is
Here she comes round to start the second lap shortly.
2313 is Paige Quinn of Torbay, 10th in the English Schools Intermediate race last March.
I tell you, it's Paige Quinn who's now in second position.
On this piece of paper I'm reading from, so that might be correct.
Paige Quinn, 7th at the England 1500 metre championships, 10th place at the English Schools cross country, 5th place at the London mini marathon. So another very talented athlete.
Last season,
as we mentioned earlier, Ella Rose Whitworth was in third position the last time we saw her. And Siab, 3,000 metre champion, she was second behind Olivia Forrest over 3,000 metres at the English Schools Championships, and second over 1,500 metres at the England Athletics National Championships. And there she is still in third position. So it's Forrest in first, with
I get the privilege
Paige Quinn
today of
in
announcing
second,
the first found lost property.
And Ella Rose Whitworth in third.
A couple of items bought up.
It does look like Paige Quinn has closed the gap to Olivia Forrest now.
Box, one of which is a watch, a sports watch. So if you have lost your watch, come and tell us what it looks like. And the other one looks like a rosary bead, but it's a plastic rosary bead.
So those two are together.
Crucifix on the end. Anyway, on to the more important stuff, which is the results of the previous races.
Still
and the
Olivia Forrest pushing the pace though. Paige Quinn happy to just be in that lead group,
now
to sit on the shoulder.
And that saw a win
Quinn
for
moves
Theo
to the
Creed
inside
in 10 minutes 41.
Now onto that second lap.
In the south of England this year in first.
Ella Rose Whitworth there in third, halfway between our leading group and the chase pack.
Second place went to Byron Roberts.
And now Paige Quinn takes over the front.
And the bronze to Charlie Nicholson of London Heathside. So congratulations to Theo Creed, Byron Roberts and Charlie Nicholson, your medalists.
Olivia Forrest
in
taking
the under 30
the direct
boys
line
race.
as she will turn to the right. Paige Quinn further over to the left will look to try and sweep in front. This could be quite interesting because Quinn leads by a stride and a half. But Olivia Forrest might have just chosen the perfect line there to regain her lead.
Just actually,
Paige Quinn swoops in front.
With the same number of points as the second.
And away go the athletes to the right. There is Ella Rose Whitworth, who holds third position. And a group of four who are battling for fourth.
City of Norwich, as I say, 109 points too, and that was partly courtesy of Michael Clark, the individual winner in that particular race. Third place with 164 points went to Hercules Wimbledon AC. Congratulations to all three teams.
Leads right the way through the field, coming around this corner. And look at that, Paige Quinn really has opened up that gap. I believe she is older than Olivia Forrest. They're both under 17s next season, so it is their last age group.
The junior women's race.
As an under 15, the last year in the age group.
2:05.
But Paige Quinn does hold the lead now. as an under-15. She was second all-time over 5 kilometres. So a highly talented athlete. She takes that hill superbly. There's Olivia Forrest, who is being clawed back by Ella Rose Whitworth, who's in third.
Go, Katie, go, Maya!
Paige Quinn taking these hills superbly. She'll head down towards that swooping corner and then be into the final kilometre and a half.
Read out by our spotters was 2-3-1-3. That belongs to Paige Quinn on Torbay. 2-1-3-0 is Olivia Forrest of Brentwood Beagles. 2-2-3-9 Ella Rose Whitworth of Lincoln Wellington.
Back to Paige Quinn, who's making her way down towards the finishing chute now. She clawed her way back from second to catch Olivia Forrest. She swooped around on that corner we saw halfway through the second small lap, and now she holds the lead. And now Paige Quinn enters that finishing tunnel. It's been a fantastic run from her, just to keep calm and composed and keep it going. And she fell down into second place. Slowly but surely, she worked her way back up to the leader, Olivia Forrest, and made her way past. Now she's into the home straight, final 200 or so metres. Paige Quinn leading our under-15 girls national cross-country. Looks like she's extended her gap back to second and third. But as we saw, Ella Rose Whitworth and Olivia Forrest were having a real battle. Looks like they still are. Ella Rose Whitworth of Lincoln on the left, Olivia Forrest of Brentwood Beagles on the right. I think Ella Rose Whitworth currently in second position. But Paige Quinn, the photographers wait at the finish line for her. Here she comes up to the line. Paige Quinn is going to be the national under-15 girls cross-country champion. A really strong run from Quinn, as now she crosses the line, extends her arms. Quinn is the champion.
Who was 11th in this race last year. 2-1-3-0 is Olivia Forrest of Brentwood Beagles.
She takes her Rose
in this race last year.
as Ella Rose Whitworth comes through to take second. 16 seconds behind. Olivia Forrest to settle for third. Fourth place is Allen there.
2-2-3 there was Sonny Allen of Highgate
Sonny Allen of Highgate Harriers. Georgia March takes fifth place as the athletes pile through.
So traditionally one of the races with the fewest starters. It's about to go in 3 minutes time, and that's the Junior Women's Championship. And the women are now on the start line, ready to go. And they'll be traversing a course of 6 kilometres, and that consists of 2 medium-sized laps. That's the Junior Women's race, ready to go at 2:05.
So next up is the Junior Women. The under 20s age group starts in 3 minutes time. Nice to see the athletes waving to our viewers at home.
Ladies, we can't stop in this area. You've all got to get up and move to the bottom.
You might have heard the announcer earlier say this has traditionally got some of the smallest athlete numbers. This year, 78 in the field.
After the junior men, this will come down. Junior men, yeah.
Ladies, you can't stop it. You've got to go right down to the end, please.
Take the top of that. It makes us start it down.
Hold on, ladies. Come in, ladies. Well, ladies, that's the end. Well done, ladies. Come in, ladies. Come in for me. Come in, ladies. Well done. Excellent. Well done.
So now our focus turns to the under 15 girls. It's the junior women, sorry, the under 15 girls just finishing. So you could see there.
We can start taking it down for the small one. Yeah, once that.
You can see Western House, back a picture there.
Well done.
The athletes will be called forward. As I say, the first of our adult races. The under 20 women, known as the juniors, followed by our senior women. Then we have our under 20 men, followed by our senior men. Starts in just under 2 hours' time. So 6 kilometres for our junior women, 2 medium laps. And away they go. The athletes all start to bunch together.
Grandchildren have prawn cocktail. It stinks the whole room out.
Coming down for me.
Lots of Vale Royal athletes in the race. You can see them in the luminous yellow and blue. One of them is Holly Weedle, and it's her who moves straight up to the front of the race. There in second, it's a Salford Harrier, Nicola Mason. Those two have built a gap already. You can see the full packing is shot there. Jemima Ridley of Windsor, Slough, Eton and Hounslow is the athlete in third.
So as we previously mentioned, this junior women's race, fewer competitors than any of the others so far.
Still Holly Weedle though on the front.
As a race, and looking back at some of the previous winners of the junior women's race, you've got to go back all the way to 1992 when
Emily
Paula
Platt.
Radcliffe actually won this.
It is in fact in second. The Salford Harrier wearing the 2652. She's in the red with the white sash.
Have won in Steph 12 on a couple of occasions, and Charlotte Purdue, both from Alshot Farnham.
Group of four.
Of course, Amelia Goretzka
Trying to chase from behind.
AFD as well. Georgia Taylor-Brown, Harriet Knowles-Jones, both of whom have moved on, I believe, to triathlon. Have won this, with Harriet winning it, I believe, 3 times. And back in 2019 and 2020, Amelia Quirk took this title.
So Weedle will be the first athlete to take the right-hander. Continue on in our medium lap. First of 2. And we'll get a chance to see all the athletes continue around and take this corner.
We have another item of lost property handed in, and that's a set of earbuds which are in the carry case. So those are at the information tent. So it's a set of earbuds.
So back we go to our leaders. They're down almost halfway around the medium lap. Still Holly Weedle leading.
Early news from the junior women's race, 2671.
She was the
number we heard.
Bucks 5,000 metres 6th place athlete. 6th also at the England Under-20 Championships and Senior Championships. Over 5,000 metres. 14th at Bucks Cross Country. She studies at the University of Birmingham. Not too far from here. Amelia Platt moves right onto the shoulder now.
2652 is Amelia Platt from Salford Harriers.
Platt was 5th at the Northern Counties Championships back in January. 38th at the London International Cross Country. Over the 10 kilometres, just the 6 she has to do today.
2637 is Evie Warren of Guildford and Godalming.
Didn't have a track season. Platt,
2650
she might be coming into this somewhat fresher than a lot of the other athletes as they round the halfway point of the first medium lap, and they'll head back now on themselves
2616 is
towards
Jenny
the start
Leggett
of lap 2.
Cambridge and Coolidge. She was silver medalist in the South of England Championship.
Jemima Ridley in 3rd place. Just behind her,
Yes,
Eleanor
these,
Strevens.
communications are tending to break up a little bit, so some of these updates are not entirely complete.
Small and 2 large. Senior men 3 large.
Sorry, mate.
So that group of 2 might be joined by another 2. Mentioned them a couple of seconds ago. One of them is Eleanor Strevens, who's, believe it or not, the English school's 800-metre champion. So should this come to a sprint finish, definitely one to watch in that scenario. England under 20 silver medalist over 800 metres as well. A good cross runner, 24th at the Inter-Counties Championships, 11th at the English Schools Cross Country Championships, though those English schools were only 4 kilometres. The Inter-Counties were 6k, the same as this race. But Amelia Platt now is taking up the front of the race. Very good road runner. Platt. 17:02 for 5k back in April. We can start to see some of these hillier sections are starting to get a bit churned up. Perhaps a bit soft under the foot, which does make it a little bit more difficult to run. The conditions far better than they would have been back in February when this race was originally scheduled for. Rain poured this winter. Car park had flooded. The race was postponed until today.
She used to run for she's grown quite big.
So here is Platt coming down towards the start of her 2nd medium lap. So here is the Salford Harrier. It's looking really quite strong. Change in 2nd place. Eleanor Strevens now holds that position with Holly Weedle in 3rd. 4th place further back. But as they come round to take halfway through, as they hit the 3 kilometre mark, it's Amelia Platt who holds the lead.
Time now to update you on the official results of the under-15 girls race. And that was a win and a gold medal for Paige Quinn of Torbay Athletic Club. She was 10th in the English schools intermediate age group this year. 2nd place goes to 11th place of last year, Ella Rose Whitworth of Lincoln Wellington Athletic Club. And she was 2nd in the north of England last year and 5th in the English schools intermediate cross country this year. In 3rd place we have a European bronze medalist. She was 3rd in the European Youth Championships 3,000 metres, and that is Olivia Forrest of Brentwood Beagles AC. And you know, that really shows the quality of these championships when you've got a European bronze medalist not even winning a race. But still commendable there, getting that bronze medal for Olivia Forrest, just behind Ella Rose Whitworth and Paige Quinn, the 3 medalists in the under-15 girls.
There's
We
your
already have
under-15
the team
girls
result for
update.
that same race.
We're here watching
And
the
that
junior women, the
win
under-20 women,
for
if you like.
Chelmsford AC
Amelia
with
Platt
58
is
points.
the athlete in
And,
first place. Eleanor
their
Strevens
first
there in
finish
second,
was Jorga
with
March,
Holly Weedle of
who
Vale
was
Royal
fifth.
back in third. It was Weedle who led the opening 2 kilometres
Just behind with
before
60
Platt came past and Strevens
Their first finish
making the
Kate
overtake.
Bride in 11th. Eastbourne Rovers took the bronze medal with 101 points, with their first runner over the line, Daisy Sky Connor.
As they come
taking
towards
sixth, and their second
where the
runner
small
around
lap
the
we've
trophy.
seen so many times earlier on as it turns away.
Congratulations.
They
to
continue
Chelmsford
round for the
AC,
medium lap. We're at
Polsham
that
Farm
point here,
District, and Eastbourne
so we'll
Rovers
lose our
AC,
athletes for
the team
about a
medalists
minute or
in
so.
the under-15
We'll
girls
get to
race.
see all of the
Just
athletes
one
coming
more to
through
update you on
further
before
down in
I
the
pass you
field.
to Roland for an update on the junior women's race.
But as I say, it's
We
Platt
have
who leads,
team results for the under-13 boys, the previous race, and that was a
with
win
Strevens
for
in
Hercules
second.
Wimbledon
She makes that
AC
corner
with
now,
98 points.
followed by
Leo
Holly
Krug
Weedle.
there, the individual winner, first in, of course, for his team. Winterslough, Eton and Hounslow AC, 170 points, and in third place, Liverpool Harriers and AC, 197 points. So that's, congratulations to the medalists, Hercules Wimbledon AC, Winterslough, Eton and Hounslow, and Liverpool Harriers and AC, the under-13 boys race. Roland.
Okay, pressure on. Right, latest update, 2652 is Amelia Platt of Salford Harriers. She was 13th in this race last season, and in January took 5th place in the North of England Championships. (2671) is Holly Weedle of Vale Royal, the under-15s champion from 2019.
So there are our leaders now, approaching the halfway point of medium lap number 2. Still no change in the order of our first 3, although Platt has extended her lead.
I saw you start running up the hill. The spirit's willing.
Up this short slope she goes before she'll turn left, turning around a building, and then
So
it's a
still
straight
Amelia
path to the
Platt,
finish line.
Salford Harrier.
So Platt, followed by Strevens,
Number comes out first, over
followed
the
by Weedle.
airwaves, and then it's 2632, Eleanor Strevens of Eastbourne Rovers. 2671 is Holly Weedle of Vale Royal. 2637, Evie Warren, Guildford and Godalming. 2650, Lucy Armitage of Sale Harriers, Manchester. 2616, Jenny Leggett, Cambridge and Coleridge.
'Cause
So here we are, halfway through the medium lap. There's that corner they need to take now before they head
2678
straight
is
to
Jemima
the
Ridley
finish
of
line.
Winterslough, Eton and Hounslow.
Still on the front is Platt, who back in 2023 was 14th over the 3,000 metres at the English Schools Championships. Hasn't had a track season this year though. She was also 7th at the Inter-Counties Cross Country Championships in Loughborough. That was a 6-kilometre race, the same as this one. She makes her way up to the top of the hill.
She was 10th in the South of England.
She'll get to drop down before taking a few flowy corners. Strevens there in second. Former steeplechaser. Back in 2023, she was 4th at the English Schools Championships over the 1500 steeple. Here is Platt again. Still looking strong.
Now at 3 o'clock, which is
She continues round.
just under 40 minutes away, we shall have the first set of presentations. And they're in the marquee behind our announcer's palace here. Just
Still things very close between Strevens and Weedle. Gap back to 4th, staying consistent.
And it'll be the presentations for the first 6
Probably
races
have around 2
of
kilometres to
those
go.
proceedings.
Just under.
That's 3 o'clock.
Of course, it depends which way you face in the finish country, Roland, but you know, just in case, you may be a runner, you may be a spectator. So it's from the point of view of a runner coming down the finishing straight, as Roland said, on the right of the finishing gantry.
I think that's Evie Warren in 4th place of Guildford and Godalming. But here's Amelia Platt of Salford, who still leads. She'll make her way around a couple of corners here, and then she'll be into the finishing chute. Her lead growing. So Platt leading by close to 100 metres over the athletes in 2nd and 3rd, who are still battling between themselves. But Platt now battling herself in the wind. She enters the final 200 metres. She hits the bottom of the hill.
Right, coming down the home straight now. 2652 is Amelia Platt of Salford. Just 13th in this race last time it was held. It was in Chester, February of last year.
Looked to me there like Evie Warren had got herself into 3rd place perhaps.
This looks like colours of Vale
Right with
Royal in
Holly
second
Weedle.
place. If the number on it's 2671, it's Holly Weedle.
The athlete we saw in 2nd last was Eleanor Strevens. Try and see where she is, but up to the finish line
Behind her is
goes Amelia Platt. Another athlete jumping into the limelight. She crosses the line. She looks really pleased with that. Battle for 2nd behind Holly Weedle holding off Evie Warren at the moment.
2-6-3-2.
Platt turns to watch, she cheers them on. Strevens gets herself back into second. What a finish that was for second place. Eleanor Strevens takes it on an equal time of Holly Weedle, and it's Warren who takes fourth place, missing out by a second on being on the podium. Strevens went from second to fourth and back to second again, but she'll take the silver medal. But the winner there, Amelia Platt, first national gold over any distance, any discipline, happens to come at the National Cross Country, the world's oldest national cross country, hosted this year at Weston House, just outside Telford, a small village of Weston under Lizard.
Hey, young man, you've not got the Red Hill kit on yet. You serious? You going to do it? Good man. Yeah, I'm still all right. Yeah. It was all right. Yeah. I heard one or two complaints. Yeah. Well, okay, so you didn't want a quiz, but a lot of people did. A lot of people quite enjoy that. You know, the old stages that are digging up memories. Yeah, they wanted a quiz.
You may recall a little while ago in the third race, fourth race of the day, Roland announcing the leading runners there, and of course we've had the results since.
So your top 10, Platt, Strevens, Weedle, Warren, and it was Legate who completed the top 5, with Armitage, Bloomfield, Mansley, Clark and Ridley making up your top 10.
From our neighbours over in Scotland, a club called Griffith North AC in the suburbs of Glasgow, and they're here as guests today because usually, of course, when this event takes place in February, the Scottish Championships and I believe the Welsh Championships are going on the same day. So it's great to have them here, and the team manager's been up to have a chat with us, and very proudly like to.
Is he still a councillor for WESTON? Or has he now... He hasn't relinquished that? I don't think he has, no. Right, so what's he doing moving out of the area? I suppose they get to know him. And they petition him rather forcefully. How does this happen? She's got 55 on. 2639. All the rest of them 26 something.
So nice to have you with us. And
Nick! Robbo!
to the time because wrong.
I think that's the big lap. The big lap's way out. This is the medium lap. The big lap goes further out than that. No, so cameras on. Oh yeah.
Those presentations I was talking about earlier have been moved forward, 2:45, 2:45, for the presentations to the successful athletes from the first 6 races today. 2:45 in the marquee, which is to the right-hand side of the finish gantry as you're coming down the home straight.
It's too late, don't bother, he's going.
Race which takes place at 2:35, and they're all gathering together there over by the entrance to the start area. So it's a senior women's race over 8k, 2:35.
So our next race gets going in about 5 minutes time. That's our senior women's 8 kilometres. Now this is a very historic race going back to 1927 when it was first held in Luton. It's been on the programme ever since. some big names winning this race, but notably, if you look back to about 1953, it's held in Birmingham. Diane Leather of Birchwood Harriers, one of the home teams in Birmingham, took the win. She then went on to win it in 1954, 55 and 56. So 4 wins in a row over the national cross country. More recently, we've had some huge names win from the world of athletics. Sarah Astin winning last year, Jess Gibbon in 2022. Jess Judd in 2017. Gemma Steele in 2014 and 2012. Stephanie Twell back in 2010.
Has it? Well, if you wanted him, you could have found him. You got his phone number. So, going here on radio, so you can communicate.
He's on a different channel. Yeah. I don't know what channel you're on. Probably 3, because we picked him up on 3, I think. Yeah, it's on 2.
So here are some of our senior women on the start line.
It's 26 something. Oh, she. I assume she's just got down there. She might be. She might have got down. I think she's got down. I can't imagine her going round for another lap now. I mean, it's truth. There's a limit. She's not. She'll find a way back.
So your athletes on the start line, they'll be called forward in probably 30 seconds time. Then the minute countdown will begin to the gun.
Senior women, isn't it? Of course it is. Oh, is it? All right. Go in, we go above that now. All right. Senior women.
Keep it going. Right on top. Well, what a nice day.
The athletes now called forward.
So how long have we got before the women go?
About 2 minutes.
Oh.
Might be off now, but
Senior women. Straight back down London.
Yeah, yeah.
And now away we go. Senior women's national cross country. It's not February, it's September. The postponed event
Race is now underway.
due to take place in February, rescheduled for today.
Is this your camera?
No, it's all the company that
company.
yeah, all
Gemma Steele there on the far left-hand side of Charnwood AC. Mentioned her name earlier as a previous winner of this competition.
Senior women's race.
Back in 2012 and 2014, she's right up in that leading group.
Charnwood AC.
Holly Dixon of Cambridge Harriers, one of the athletes right on the front as well, along with I think 3 or 4 athletes from Aldershot, Farnham and District. Neve Brown wearing the 2903, alongside Lauren Hall wearing 2906. But now it's Vale Royal who move up to the front. Sarah Dufour-Jackson, I think that is. Gemma Steele right up there still for Jarnwood on the outside to right of picture. Something of a group emerging at the front there. About 12 athletes in that group. So the senior women's race is 8 kilometres in length, 2 large laps they'll have to run. Some more athletes join that group. Let's just firmly break off now. We'll get to see our first athletes head round the large lap. So away they go, down to the right. They'll keep going round onto the medium section before they cut off onto the large section further on down the course. And we'll get a chance to see all the athletes coming through. So here are our leaders once more. Down on the medium section, they'll cut off here onto the large lap. This is the first time we see athletes take this shoot. Still Sarah Dufour-Jackson holding the lead. Now that group condensed to 6 with 2 just off the back. Gemma Steele still firmly in that group. They'll head off down here before they move away to the right and then the left around this cluster of trees. They rejoin the medium lap just a few metres to the left of pitch at the moment. So it's essentially just a little add-on section that brings them back onto the course.
Early leaders in the senior women's race include 2903 Neve Brown of Aldershot Farnham and District, who was 5th in this race 2 seasons ago, that's 2022. And 2965 is Holly Dixon of Cambridge Harriers, the South of England bronze
So you can see the
medalist.
group turning to their left.
Thank you for that, Roland.
Far side of picture there.
For the junior women's race. And in gold medal position was Amelia Platt of Salford Harriers and AC. She was 13th here last year and 5th in the North of England Championships earlier this year. Second place went to Eleanor Stevens of Eastbourne Rovers AC. And third place with 17th here last year was Holly Weedle of Vale Royal AC. Quite an exciting finish to that race for second and third place. So congratulations to Amelia Platt, Eleanor Stevens and Holly Weedle, the medalists in this year's Junior Women's Championship. On to the team results for that race now, and courtesy partly of Holly Weedle's third place, it was a win for Vale Royal AC with 32 points. And in second place, also with 32 points, but with their final counter, third counter in 19th, as opposed to Vale's 18th place, was Cambridge and Coleridge AC. In third place with 44 points, Anna Bloomfield heading them up in 7th place, was Epsom and Ewell Harriers. So congratulations to Vale Royal, Cambridge and Coleridge AC and Epsom and Ewell Harriers, the medalists in the junior women's race.
So athletes still taking this large lap. When they leave this, they head back onto the medium lap and they take that left turn we've seen so many times, heading back round for their second large lap, their final lap, which will take them up to the finish line. The last we saw, I think it was Sarah DeFord Jackson of Vale Royal who led a group of 6, which included 2-time former champion Gemma Steele. Be some story, wouldn't it, if she could finish in the places. But it looks like it's all changed. There is Gemma Steele in 5th place. So we can see some new leaders up there. Holly Dixon of Cambridge is the athlete on the front. From Aldershot in second is Catriona Brown. So that's your leading 2. Things starting to fracture towards the front of the race. Lots of loose grass in this section, which can be quite difficult to run on. Make things a little bit slippy. The athletes come out now, back onto the medium section. They'll take the left-hander shortly, which will bring them back round towards lap 2. So one of that lead group of 2 is Catriona Brown, Birmingham University student, running today for Aldershot Farnham District. 15th place finisher at the Bucks Cross Country over in Leeds. In fact, that's Neve Brown in that lead group.
Just a reminder that there is a free photo service, it's free photo download.
So Neve Brown
available for today's
The athlete
meeting.
in second position. She was fourth at the Inter-Counties Cross-Country Championships at Woollerton Park, third at the London International at Parliament Hill.
This arrangement has been sponsored by Saucony.
And out to Elgabar,
That's,
she finished fourth at the Cross International Joan Mugizera.
To the numeral go.co.uk.
Raced the English national back in 2023, finished 25th over at Bolesworth Castle, Cheshire. But still, Holly Dixon leads. There's the chasing group, which is now down to 2. Lauren Hall steps off. Gemma Steele involved in that group. More of our athletes finish off their long lap. Now, we talked earlier about some of the triathletes who'd taken part in these events. We mentioned Alex Yee, who's come third a couple of times. Georgia Taylor-Brown is a previous winner. Well, another one of those is Holly Dixon in this race, who competes the triathlon as well as some running events. The athletes come down now to start their second lap, final lap. Still, Neve Brown and Holly Dixon side by side.
Neve Brown has taken the lead in the senior women's race. She wears 2903 in colours of Aldershot Farnham District.
Both athletes looking fairly comfortable running together.
Then we have Holly Dixon wearing 2965.
Interesting differences in styles. Neve Brown with quite a long stride. Holly Dixon's
those two
slightly shorter.
Together.
They are moving at pace here. They are into the second lap. Gemma Steele there in third place. That gap hasn't grown too much. I think it's Leeds City in fourth and sixth. It's potentially a Highgate Harrier in fifth.
So while we're waiting for another update on the senior women's race,
I think that might be Jennifer Walsh in fourth place.
Winners. And of course, a lot of these ladies' names will have changed after they'd won these championships, but there are one or two that have won it 3 or 4 times, including Diane Leather back in 1953, 54 and 55. And if I remember rightly, she was the first.
You can see the athletes at the back of picture working their way forward. It shows just how quick our leaders here are. They've opened up massive gaps throughout the field.
The same decade as Roger Bannister was the first man to run under 4 minutes. So Diane Leather there winning this title 3 times back in the 50s. Paula Radcliffe, as mentioned earlier, won this senior championship in 1994. And sisters Liz Yelling and Hayley Yelling won that 6 times between them, with Liz winning it 4 times between 2001 and 2008.
So the athletes heading right up the hill and out of picture as
Hayley winning it.
Our athletes in 3rd and 4th, Gemma Steele and Jennifer Walsh, will do the same. Look at the gap between 4th and 5th. That's up to 40 metres now.
Yes.
As we look back to our first lap again,
corrected there by, but we'll
get to see some athletes further down the order.
But sisters-in-law. And last year, as mentioned, Sarah Astin won the title. The year before it was Jess Gibbon.
This is a fantastic part of the course for the athletes who get to see the house as they turn that corner. But our leaders right up in the medium section, they'll turn onto the second of their large sections, the final large section they'll take. Now do that here, there's still no change in our front 2, but Gemma Steele has moved herself clear of 4th. So she still holds 3rd, but by some margin now. So Neve Brown leads from Holly Dixon. Well, this is near the halfway point in the race, so further down the order. As we look out over our long lap, must be really nice to run a race like this as an athlete. Sometimes the February cross countries can be wet and miserable and you don't really get to appreciate the scenery you're running in. Spectacular grounds, cut especially for them by the look of things. So many interesting features and unique turns. A couple of difficult hills to contend with too. But having a warmer day, it's 18 degrees out there. Must be very nice for the athletes.
Right, the leading pair still the same, 2903 Neve Brown, Aldershot, Farnham and District, and 2965 Holly Dixon of Cambridge Harriers. Apparently they are getting a bit spread out now. 2980, which is the next number we heard, belongs to Gemma Steele, the Charnwood athlete who was silver medalist at the last championships. which she won in 2012 and 2014. And that latter year was the year that she took the European cross-country title. And she is the reigning Midland champion. Uh, 3056 is Jenny Walsh of Leeds City, who was 8th 2 seasons ago and 5th in this year's North of England Championships. (2931) is Emma Gordon of Belgrave Harriers. 3054 Camilla McNespy of Leeds City, who was 17th in the last edition of this race at Chester. (2996) is Meg Gadsby from City of Norwich, 4th in the South of England Championship. 3235 is Sarah Dufour Jackson of Vale Royal.
So the announcer there giving us
2963 is Ellen Leggett of Cambridge and Coleridge.
So gonna say he was giving us a rundown, but he's still going. For pause there, and we're back with Aldershot Farnham District. Neve Brown, the leader of the Senior Women's 8-kilometre National Cross Country Championships. She's off the large lap, I believe, coming to the end of it, and she'll turn onto the medium lap shortly. Holly Dixon further behind. Mentioned earlier, Neve Brown 25th in 2023 in Bolesworth Castle, 3rd at the South of England Championships in the same season. But then in 2024, 4th at the Intercounties, 3rd at the London International Cross Country. Holly Dixon there turning that corner too. So our leading two on the medium lap. There is Gemma Steele. The last we saw, she was in 3rd. 2 times champion, silver medalist last season.
A couple of other numbers that have been spotted up there. 3118, that belongs to Megan Stenhouse from Rugby at Northampton.
Back we go to Brown, who still looks really comfortable as she works her way around this section. Said earlier in one of the junior races how helpful it can be to know that every stride you take gets you closer to the finish line. And that's what she has now. This path she follows takes her there. No more laps to go. She'll take this path down to the finishing chute. She takes the biggest hill on the course, really. It takes her to the top of the ridge that she'll follow. She'll have to pass a few athletes who were on the previous lap. The gap grows to Dixon behind. That's up to about 110, 120 metres now. Where are the athletes in 3rd and 4th? As we said, we think it's Gemma Steele back in 3rd place. It is Gemma Steele in 3rd. As Neve Brown makes her way around the swooping corner. Now she's into the small lap section, which we've seen every athlete run at least once this part. And that means she has just under 2 kilometers to go. There's Steele in third. And it is still Leeds City in 4th place. Jennifer Walsh in 4th. Here's Neve Brown again. She'll head down now into the finishing chute shortly. It's been a sublime run. So Aldershot, final district.
Right, the latest day.
With Neve Brown in the final straight now. Holly Dixon chasing behind.
They're doing 2 of the large laps. 2903 still there, Neve Brown. It looks as though they're coming down the home straight.
Down the hill she goes. The crowd's waiting for her. Neve Brown, who's led much of this race. She'll have her eyes firmly on the finish line. The history book is open.
Well,
The names of Paula Radcliffe,
District Best, or at least Steve
Jess Judd, Steph Twell
so it's
are visible to her now.
Best has got 2903 on it. It is Neve Brown.
Neve Brown,
She was fastest in the
50 or so metres from the finishing line.
November. And she has won a title at these championships before. It was the under
She's ready
17s title
to write her name on that next page as the 2024 National Cross Country Champion. Holly Dixon in second, glances behind. She wants to see where third place is. But here comes Neve Brown up to the line.
And then it is Gemma
Aldershot
Steele.
Farnham District will take yet another title. Neve Brown puts her fingers to the sky. She is the senior women's national champion.
So she's had 2 wins in these championships. She was runner-up last time at Chester, and now it looks as though she's going to complete the full set of medals.
Holly Dixon crosses in
Bronze.
second.
She has finished 18th in the World
Gemma Steele there in
Championships.
third.
That was,
As I
a
mentioned
few months
earlier,
after
she's
winning
won
the
it
European
2
title.
times. She finished second last time. And now she'll get her bronze.
3056 is Jenny Walsh, who was 8th a couple of seasons ago.
Here
Former
comes
English
Steele.
Schools champion.
Champion in 2014, champion in 2012, silver medalist in 2023, bronze in 24. There's Jennifer Walsh of Leeds City. She takes 4th position.
2996 is Meg Gadsby from City of Norwich Club.
5th place there is Emma Gordon of Belgrave Harriers, finishing 1 minute and 6 seconds behind Neve Brown.
3054 is Camilla McNesby of Leeds City.
Meg Gadsby there in 6th.
2963 is Ellen Leggett, Cambridge and Coleridge. .3235, the Vale Royal athlete is Sarah Dufour Jackson.
You could hear "Where did that come from?" shouted at the finish line. Athletes in disbelief with the performances they've had.
How you doing, mate?
Such a tough race, the national cross country. The best in the country here. Still inside the top 25. There is your top 25. Now over on the left, our top 5 will stay fixed. So you can see the athletes in the places. But we'll update the results over on the left so you can see as the athlete you're watching to see crosses the line.
This senior women's race coming down the straight towards the finish, and a little bit of a gap now until the start of the penultimate race of today's proceedings, which is the Junior Men's Championships, and that will be taking place at 3:20.
Well done, ladies. Just keep moving for us. Let's keep this area clear.
So there's our 50th athlete just crossing the line. Six minutes and 30 seconds between first place and 50th place.
So whilst we have this little bit of a lull, waiting the penultimate race, I've been asked to let you know again that we're still selling hoodies over at the store by the retail area and the food area near the club tents, and still have several hoodies available at £20. Long sleeve t-shirts are selling at £10 or 2 for £12, and if you'd like a hoodie and a t-shirt, that's £25 for the two. So go along and have a look what they've got, what sizes they've got left. While you're there, why not wander across to the Derby Runner store, where they've got some great offers on equipment and particularly on shoes, many of which are discounted. Some of those, particularly some of the older model super shoes, are available at half price. So, as a precursor to the junior men's race, just to say that this is going to take place over the usual 10k course, and it will consist of one small lap followed by 2 large laps. And as mentioned before, this will be going off at 3:20 as opposed to the 3:30 showing on the map. And looking back at last year's race, saw a win, a big win by 47 seconds for Will Barnicoat of Aldershot, Farnham and District, and second place went to Ben Brown of Southampton AC, and Joe Ponter of Taunton AC. It was in third place.
Sorry, hold on. Can't leave my top here.
He's not going to lose me though, because it will be like...
Yeah, but then you don't lose to him.
No, you told me. Come on. Come on, we can move.
Hold on, young lady. Hold on. Huh?
We have another item of lost property handed in, which looks like a child's watch, a sports watch.
Well done. Keep moving forward. Well done. Well done, ladies. Well done, hold up. Well done. Well done, Riz. Moving forward, ladies.
So our senior women continuing to finish at the top of your screen. At the bottom, the junior men waiting to start. The penultimate race of the 2024 National Cross Country Championships. It gets going in about 10 minutes time, I believe. So our junior men get underway very, very shortly. One small lap, two large lap will make up their 10 kilometers of distance. Some previous winners of this one include Mo Farah back in 2003 when it was housed at Parliament Hill. Mo Farah took the win in the under-20 race, which is juniors. Andy Vernon won it in 2006. More recently, we have had Jonathan Davis in 2014 and 15, Ellis Cross in 16 and 17, Mohammed in 18, Rory Leonard in 2019, before Zach Mohammed in 2020, Will Barnacle in 2022, and in Chester at Bolesworth Castle, James Kingston was the winner with up there. Now the athletes on the start line. And our junior men's national cross country underway. As I say, one small lap, two large laps. So a big group making their way around the first few corners. They'll take a right turn here. Swoop around towards the medium section. This is the small lap though, so they'll turn off on the inside of the course, cutting across before they get to the medium bit and then turn back round.
So as mentioned earlier, junior men are traversing 10k of this wonderful parkland here at Weston Park. They're on one small lap at the moment, which will be followed by two large, and we'll give you an update from the course as soon as we get it. Meantime, we have the
You can
results
see
for
Jacob
the senior
Atwell
women's
of Southampton AC in the
gold
red and white
medal
stripes in the
went
middle.
to Neve Brown of Aldershot Farnham and District. Neve being 5th here last year, or 5th of these championships.
One of the athletes up there.
And also fastest,
Tucked in behind there is Aaron Gebramariam of Birchfield Harriers, one of the firm favourites for this race. He won the Inter-Counties cross-country last season. He's definitely one to watch in the field. He's there in the black of Birchfield, tucked in.
First in the Europeans 2014 and 18th in the World Championships in 2015. Gemma Steele of Charnwood AC. So Neve Brown, Holly Dixon and Gemma Steele, congratulations to them.
So field now will take that left-hand turn, cutting up the small lap. Here they are at the other side of that corner they took. One of the Herne Hill Harriers right up in that leading group. Paul in there. Woodford Green. We're yet to see any sort of decisive move. 10 kilometres the race distance though. Probably won't see that on this small lap. This is George Ogden of South London Harriers on the front.
4 is Harry Bell of Herne Hill Harriers.
You can hear there Harry Hill of Herne Hill Harriers.
So can it give some more support? Yeah, around the bank.
See some of our senior women still making their way around the course from the previous race, as our junior men head round this small lap before they head out onto the longer fields of the long lap. You can see here perhaps a quicker tempo being set. You can see the athletes strung out into single file, which usually suggests that a quick tempo. They come out from underneath the bush. We can see Jacob Atwell is the leader. Group of 7 at the front. Aaron Gebramariam is there in 3rd place. Abdirahim Hamoud of Shaftesbury Barnet's in there as well, in the white and black. He's in 4th. At the moment, they're all just happy to sit in behind and let the race happen around them. Still Atwell on the front.
Second.
And here they come onto the first of the long laps. So the short lap is done. Now they have 2 long laps, which is about 8 kilometres in length. So 2k down, 8k to go. Jacob Atwell still on the front. That group of 7 with another group just behind them.
3871 is Jacob Atwell of Southampton.
So Atwell
17 in 2022.
54th at the Bucks Cross Country Championships last season.
In the CAU under 23.
I believe that was one of the only cross countries he did. Did a couple of Hampshire leagues, Thames Valley League. Did the Reading Half Marathon last year. 46th in 2023 at the CAU Inter-Counties.
Of Shaftesbury Barnet Harriers.
Last competed in the National in 2022 over at Parliament Hill. Finished 202nd, but he's looking strong early on here at all. The lead group make their way round. James Vaughan leads through the chasing group.
Noah Bennett, Rugby and Northampton. There's the leading half dozen, we think.
We'll have another chance to just see
junior
all our
men's
athletes
race.
come through.
I was saying for
engine rather than leg turnover.
It's back with our lead group. Who will now turn off into the large lap section. Away to our right.
Other spot.
They work their way down. Still no one really looking to push the pace in that group. They have still got around 6 or 7 kilometres to go. You quite often see this at some of the cross challenges and various cross-country races you have throughout the season, that groups form. No one really wants to take the pace on until all of a sudden you get a big burst and people push forward. The race is blown wide open in the final half.
Aaron Gebra-Mariam of Birchfield Harriers, the Midland champion, who then won the CAU under-20s race and the English schools the following March. And during this summer on the track he annexed both 3,000 metres title. That's 3818 Aaron Gebra-Mariam. So up there, 3865, Abdirahim Hamoud of Shaftesbury Barnet Harriers. And 3894.
See how open the field is.
Robinson, the Westbury
How many
Harrier,
gaps there are.
still up there as well.
The wind continuing to push the trees around. The athletes out on the large lap will join back up with them as they head back into the medium section. We do that now.
I was at the race like, why do I feel so burpy?
George Ogden, the man on the front once more. That whole group still together and happy just to run as one. Aaron Gebramariam, probably the favourite in the race, there in second.
Times.
They go up the hill. They head back towards the start of the third lap, the second of the long laps. It's George Ogden, the Cambridge Uni student, who leads the field. The whole group still with him though. He was 14th at the Bucks Cross Country Championships short course race. It was the only national cross country race he did last season. And then in 2023 he was 22nd at Bolesworth Castle in this event, and he's looking comfortable on the front, but lots of the athletes still happy just to sit there and follow him closely. Abdirahim Hamoud of Shaftesbury Barnet, the athlete just off the back of that group now. See the scenery they're running through. It's a sight to behold. Now there's around 25 minutes until the senior men get going. Our final race, so do stay with us for that. So we join back in with our leaders in this, the junior men's race, led by George Ogden. Aaron Gebramariam there in second, and that group down to 4 now, with 3 just off the back. through the twisty turny section. Come our lead group, they are back up to a group of 5 with 2 and 3 just off the back. Pace definitely lifting as athletes being ditched from this front group. You can see the gaps that have opened up from our lead group of 4. George Ogden doing the hard running. Aaron Gebramariam looking so comfortable there in second place as the athletes come round to start the third long lap. The third lap, the second long lap. Gebramariam checks his watch to see what kind of pace they're doing. Still, it's Ogden who brings them round. In that group with them is Joseph O'Connor of Aldershot Farnham District. He moves up now into second. And I think that's Mark Ruby of Poole who's also there. That's the 4 at the front. And look at that, in the space of one corner, gaps have opened. George Ogden really put his foot down there. Into the final lap. Come our leaders. All the athletes can still see each other. Nothing too decisive just yet. But you can really tell that Ogden particularly wants to get the race moving now. Still, Gebramariam tracks his every move.
I guess muscles in place. Yeah.
The group of 3 behind have had about 70 metres put into them. Just around 2 corners there. But as they go out of shot in a few seconds' time, Ogden and Gebramariam at the front of our junior men's 10,000 metre national cross country. Now flick away to the right, head down into the medium section. We'll catch up with them just before the large lap. Here's the group who are battling for 3rd place. So our leaders again heading down towards that large lap. There they go around that section. Still Ogden on the front, Gebremariam in second. Is Gebremariam waiting to pick his moment, or is Ogden doing a really good job of setting a pace that Gebremariam is struggling with? There's the chase group. No change really in the distance behind since the last time we saw them.
3853 is Mark Ruby at Pool Race. 3904 is.
And here you can really see the athletes in contention.
Was sixth in the South African Championship.
Yeah. Keeps going like that for quite a while.
3821 is Oliver James at Bournemouth, who was seventh in the South African Championship, and then in February took the silver medal in the Welsh Championship. 3871 is Jacob Atwell at Southampton.
Such a stunning venue to run in. As you can see the athletes weaving their way into the large lap section. When our leaders come out of here, it is once more a straight run to the finish. They've done the short lap, they've done the first of the large laps. They're at the halfway point of the final lap, and the time's looking good. 25 minutes into the race, they will have approximately 2.5 to 2 kilometers to go.
Promising.
Tired at the end of the 10k last week.
There's still athletes down the order, working their way round the large lap. Here are our leaders as they come out the other side. Still side by side, George Ogden and Aaron Gebremariam. And there goes Gebremariam, a big move from him as they approach the end of the large lap. Perhaps a predetermined tactic, but it's Gebremariam now who's taken his moment and has moved clear of George Ogden, who's now down in second. For Ogden, second would still be one of the best performances of his career, but how can he respond as Aaron Gebremariam has made a huge move to the front of the race and opened up a gap already of 30 or 40 metres. Here he goes up the hill. Gebremariam looking really strong. I mentioned earlier the Inter-Counties champion last season over at Woollerton Park. Also the Midland champion over in Leamington Spa last season. English Schools 3,000 metre champion on the track. Gebremariam, in his first season in athletics in the UK, is doing really well here to hold the lead at the National Cross. more athletes coming around to end the large section. But here's Gebremariam. Look at the gap he's opened up on his own. That now up to probably 70 or 80 metres. It's about 12 seconds. Gebremariam striding away from George Ogden, the South London Harrier, who's there behind. Third place, nowhere to be seen. You can see clearly the line that's been run by so many before. Gebremariam follows that. The finish line will approach him. So Gebremariam flies around this twisty section of the course. Now we'll head down the hill. Where he'll reach the finishing chute. Look at the lead now. 150 metres it is. George Ogden still doing well in second. As Gebremariam glances over his shoulder as he takes that left-hand turn.
And that was the one.
Look at the gap that's been opened up to third position.
It was actually cheaper than how you guys were staying anyway.
And there is third. Looks to be one of the Woodford Green athletes. Joel Doy and Nathan Wright are the two in the field. Lots of athletes still in contention for third though, behind Woodford. But here is Aaron Gebremariam, who waited until he approached that medium lap section on the last lap. He knew he had around 2 kilometres to go. And then he made his move. And it's been decisive. Just bided his time for so long. And now Gebremariam has a humongous lead. It's probably, 250 metres now over George Ogden. Into the finishing chute goes Aaron Gebremariam. Birchfield Harriers, who've had so many big names in athletics as a whole, but middle distance especially in recent years. They've got another one in Aaron Gebremariam. He's going to join that historic list, which features some of the biggest names in the sport, including Mo Farah. Gebremariam extends his arms early. He knows he's got this one wound up.
Well, here comes the leader down the home straight.
Aaron Gebremariam reaches the bottom of the hill. He looks up and he can see the banner, the finishing tape, being pulled out in front of him.
23-24 season, which this still is for us here today. It's the National Cross Country Championships ongoing season.
10 kilometres, all came down to the final two. When Aaron Gebremariam made his move, he knew he had what it took to come through and take the win. The pre-race favourite raised one arm up, poses for the cameras, points to the finish line, does the Mo Farah M as he crosses the line. Aaron Gebremariam is the National Junior Men's Champion here at the English Cross Country Championships.
3870 is George Ogden.
So Aaron Gebramariam takes the rose, poses for the photo. He won the inter-counties, he's now won the national. There in second place is George Ogden. What a run this has been for him. As I say, back in 2023, the last time he ran, he finished 22nd at Bolesworth Castle. The last time he ran the national cross country. Well, he's improved by 20 places. He takes home a medal of silver. 28 seconds Gebramariam pulled out over Ogden in the final 2 kilometres. Really impressive from Gebramariam. Now here comes third place. I think it's Joel Doy of Woodford Green. He comes through to take bronze. It is Doy. 1 minute exactly behind Gebramariam. And now come that big pack who've done exceptionally well. Mark Ruby in 4th, Taylor in 5th.
3821 there was Oliver James. 3871 was Jacob Atwell of Southampton.
There's your top 10 complete then. So Gebramariam in 1st, Ogden in 2nd, Doy takes 3rd with Ruby and Taylor in your top 5. James is 6th, Atwell, who led early on, in 7th, Chandler in 8th, Fisher in 9th, Dewberry takes 10th place.
Cross-country championships, of course, it's the senior men's over a distance of 12k. And the gates to the start area have just been opened. You can see them all flooding through now. After having had a warm-up in the lovely warm conditions today. Warming up in wind and rain, of course. Snow, yes. And over here on the finishing straight, we still have junior men coming through.
Yeah, they'll come straight towards us here.
Still athletes piling through the finish line.
So as always, the senior men's race over 12k, and that will be 3 large laps.
Senior men down at the bottom. Hugo Milner, who's screened there, the Derby athlete. These seniors get going in about 4 minutes' time. We pan across and get to see the athletes. So many take part in this race. It was with the senior men that this event began. This is the world's oldest national cross country, and it began in 1876 at Buckhurst Hill. Continued on from there right the way through to where we are today. There were no championships between 1915 and 1919. That, of course, was World War I. And between 1940 and 1945, again, no championships. That was World War II. We continued right the way through to 2021, where once more, no championships. That time, it was COVID. Well, this year, we very nearly had no championships. They were postponed back in February for rain, for floods, and for inaccessibility, really, as cars could not have got on site to drop athletes off due to the flooding. Well, we have got a race. It's 203 days late, but in September, the senior men's national cross country will return, and we will have a champion for 2024. Now, like all the races we've had so far. We've got some big names who've competed in the senior men's. Names of old, names of new. Mohammed, one of them. Winner in 2022 and 2019. 2023 was won by James Kingston. Steve Vernon, a winner back in 2014. John Nuttall in 1996. Names like Eamon Martin, Tim Hutchins in there, Dave Bedford. Lots of athletes who've gone down in athletics folklore. So our final race of the day, due to get off in about 2 minutes' time, and look at how many athletes are there waiting on the start line.
So if you've not been as a spectator to these championships before, whilst the entry for all of the races is lower than it would have been had we run until February, it's still quite substantial, particularly in the senior men's race, and some sight to watch them starting. So particularly if you've not seen it before,
The announcer there telling us how exciting the start of these races can be, and yes, we've got slightly lower numbers due to it being just at the end of the track season, just at the beginning of the road season, this event. Not the ideal timings for sure. We'd much rather have hosted in February. But as he said, watch the start. There'll be arms everywhere. People trying to push and shove to get into position. When you've got a field of this size, it's always something special to watch. Now this race alone has around 773 athletes in it. They've all turned up, 773 entries. And away they go. Look at that pack. Bodies absolutely everywhere, trying to fight for position. It's one of the great spectacles of athletics. And immediately, two Derby athletes move to the front. One of those is Hugo Milner over on the left. Ben Connor, the other. So the two teammates straight off and into the lead, and the gap's opened very early on. Connor taking the wider line round the corner, which will give him a narrower angle through the next one. But a fierce start from the two Derbymen, who already are out front. And look at that. That's the sight of 700 athletes making their way through tight corners, twisting and turning, trying to avoid one another and keep their stride pattern going. That's the thing that makes cross-country so difficult. It's the stopping and the starting really zaps the energy. Ben Connor still pushing the pace on the front. Hugo Milner of Derby still with him. They make their way now up this slight slope, then they'll make the right-hand turn and head round into the medium section. 12 kilometres for the senior men, 3 large laps. Now you can see the athletes filtering through. So still Ben Connor and Hugo Milner out front as we join them here as they're about to turn into the large lap. The turn off to the right as directed. Look at that chasing group. 30 or 40 athletes in there, all trying to navigate that corner. Bit of jostling in there, as you can see, a couple of bodies nearly full. There's 2 Derby athletes out front. They haven't been able to extend their lead just yet.
Right, heading that rather large field. They picked out 3 for us. One of them is 4389.
You can hear the announcer there
belongs to Ben Connor,
feeding his information.
Derby,
He says they've picked out some numbers for me. What he means is there's spotters out on the course who will be radioing back to the numbers that they can see. And in a pack like that, it can be very, very difficult to pick out the names, I can tell you that much.
Who was bronze medalist in the under-13s race at these championships.
Especially when you've got a group like that battling for 3rd place.
4705.
When you've got athletes like Ben Collar and Hugo Milner who are happy to take the pace on very, very early.
Championships last January.
It's very helpful. And look at the numbers filtering through. Mentioned earlier that the National Cross is so special for all of these numbers. There's not many races around where anyone can enter these days. Normally there's a qualification process, or you've got to run for a specific club or county or region. This is every man for himself. And look at that, everyone in the field having someone to run with. Whether you're Ben Connor and Hugo Milner at the front, whether you're in a chasing group or a main group in the middle, everyone has someone to run with. So our 2 leaders coming out the other end of that large lap.
They're trying to get him on the radio.
Now they head up this section. They face some undulating terrain, some twisty corners that should help to break up parts of the field where there's lots of athletes a little bit. I've been saying all day how well the turf has held up. The National Cross, my memories of racing it involve a lot of mud. Not a drop to be seen today. It's turning out to be a great race for Derby Athletics Club. Their two athletes, Ben Connor and Hugo Milner, extending their lead in that cornery section. Now continue their way round and follow this path back to the start of lap number 2 of the 3 they have to race. There's the chasing group. It's shrunk a little, but it's still got about 15 or 16 athletes in it. Listen to the wind again. Interesting to see through the opening lap that it's been Ben Connor of the two who wants to push the pace a little. Hugo Milner happy to just, he's got his own space, but he is sat in behind, following the pace his teammate has set. So the next time we see our leading duo will be at the start of lap number 2. Here is that twisty turny section. And here are our leading two, who will take this corner, pass the finishing chute and start their second lap. So it is Ben Connor and Hugo Milner, both from Derby, the other side of the Midlands from here, over in the east. We're in Shropshire at Weston Park over on the West Midlands. So Ben Connor, still the man who leads. Man who's represented Great Britain several times. Went to the Tokyo Olympics for the marathon. Wasn't able to finish that race in the heat in Japan. But he also went to the European Cross Country Championships in 2022. Finishing 42nd, finished 15th in the London Marathon in 2023. His best finish internationally, in my opinion at least, was a 9th place finish at the European Cross Country Championships in Lisbon in 2019. Finished 6th as well in Slovakia in 2017. He's a very experienced cross-country runner, Ben Connor. But as is Hugo Milner, who's with him, who was first at the London International Cross Country last season. That was a great event put on. This is a man who's finished 4th at the European Championships in 2023 in Brussels. They're both on the same team, and they have the lead still. Probably grown out to 110, 120 metres Here's our chase group. Callum Johnson right at the front of that one, the Gateshead Harrier to your left. To his right is James Kingston of Tonbridge AC. Nice to see him repping his team colours and having the face paint on too. You see that a lot at events like the Bucks Cross Country Championships, which are a lot more team focused than the National Cross perhaps. But it's a good reminder there is a team competition, there is that team element. So every athlete, regardless of where they are in the field, they have something to work towards. People around them to try and gain some points for and help their team standing as well as their personal gain. So our leaders are into that medium section. As we look back to lap 1 actually, further back around the course. And here is the start of the large section for the second time. So in this section, our leading 2 and the group behind them will hit the halfway point in this 10-kilometre cross country. Now turn off once more to the right here.
Look, there's a group, there's a leading group there. Look. And Ben Connor, just going around the corner. Ben Connor's gone. He's doubled.
Further back again.
Well, the quartet has broken away in this senior men's race. And it includes 2 former champions and the current champion. 4.389 is Ben Connor, the 2017 champion from Derby. 4.392. So Hugo Milner, he's the one exception to what I've just said about national champions. 4.425 is Callum Johnson, who won the title in 2020, the Gateshead Harrier. And 4.879 is the reigning champion, James Kingston of Tonbridge. He successfully defended his South of England title last January.
Back to our large lap section. More of our front runners heading their way in. Our leaders surely almost on the other side, about to head out. Does just go to show the strength of cross-country running in the UK though. We can have that many athletes spread out by that much difference, and all come into one place and race against each other. I say the UK there, this is the English cross-country nationals, but for one of the first times really, guest athletes are allowed from Scotland and Wales particularly. Normally the Scottish and Welsh nationals are on the same day as the English national, but of course due to its postponement it is an early opportunity for people to come out and run cross-country if they so desire.
So an exciting race at the front there of the senior men's race as they're going to lap 2. We have the results now for the previous race, the junior men's. And that was a win for Aaron Gabramaria, Birchfield Harriers. He was first in the Midlands this year and first in the CAU Championships. Harriers. Third, Joel Doy, Woodford Green Racing Essex Ladies. He was sixth at the South of England Championships earlier this year. Those are the first three finishers in the junior men's. Now moving on to the team competition in the junior men's race, and that was a win for Aldershot Farnham District. First finisher being Tom Chandler, who was 8th today. Tunbridge AC in second place.
And here are our leaders, and Hugo Milner has made a huge move off the front.
First in for them, number 5.
Ben Connor there in second. So lap an athlete.
Took the third position with 124 points. That's Aldershot Farnham District, Tunbridge AC.
Ben Connor, of course, winner of this race way back in 2017. Hugo Milner somehow yet to win the senior title. But Milner has his chance today as he rises that hill with the lead.
Now we just have one further result to mop things up, and that's from the senior women's race. We've had the individual results already, of course. This is the team.
Now here's that chase group.
That was a win.
James Kingston on the front. He's a previous winner.
68 points.
Last time out in 2023.
Winner there. Thames Hare and Hounds with
Gateshead Harriers, Callum Johnson
second, and the bronze
in second in that group.
120 points.
Another previous winner from 2020.
Jennifer Walsh in 4th place for them. So Aldershot Farnham District, Thames Hare and Hounds leads the team.
But Hugo Milner
Women's race.
was past the halfway point in the race and he's decided to go alone. We've seen him do this time and time again. He did it last year in London at the International Cross Country at Parliament Hill. He's looking to do it again here. And that gap is definitely growing back to Ben Connor. We'll just wait and see where the third place athletes are. What kind of gap have our leading two opened up? The last we saw it was about 400 metres. Here they are now, probably about the same. James Kingston away to the left. But here's Hugo Milner. And he's looking so strong as he works his way down towards the final lap. Inspiring the next generation of athletes who watch on from the right. Inspiring those around him as well as we look back further down the order. We see every effort being rewarded. It's an enjoyable race. It might not be at the time from my experiences, but when you look back, it's a very special thing to be a part of. And everyone's had the opportunity. Back out onto our large lap section. These athletes right up the order. These are your top 100, your top 150. They head out into the medium section and will head back towards the start of lap number 3. But Hugo Milner receives applause from someone he laps there. Great sportsmanship throughout the field, willing each other on. Milner picks his way through, turns that corner, and he's about to enter the final lap. Where is Ben Connor? There he is. The gap's certainly opening as Hugo Milner continues round.
Well, Hugo Milner and his Derby clubmate Ben Connor have opened up a 100-metre gap on the...
He is a really strong athlete, Hugo Milner. And he makes his way onto the final lap.
Title in 2017. Hugo Milner, last
4 kilometres left for him
in the European Championship.
of the 12.
An event in which Ben Connor placed 6th at the end of the year.
The speed he's moving at is quite remarkable. He's done about 8 kilometres there in about 24 minutes. There's the gap. Milner in the white approaching the camera. His teammate Ben Connor on the outside just behind, weaving through some of the athletes he needs to lap. But my word, doesn't Milner look strong. There's James Kingston in 3rd. He's brought that gap back down, the champion last time out in 2023. So both 2nd and 3rd previous winners. But the man in 1st yet to win the national title. The last time Hugo Milner ran the national at all was in 2016. He was an under 20. The race was at Castle Donington, near Nottingham in the East Midlands. He ran it the year later in 2017 in Nottingham during his time out in America. But now in 2024, he's into the final lap and he holds the lead ahead of his teammate Ben Connor. Previous winners in the team competition are Leeds City. Now earlier on they had 2 in that chasing group. I wonder where Derby's next man will be. Again, we look at some of the athletes further down the field. This is right at the start of the large lap section. See that fantastic tree. So Milner moves away to his right to try and pass some of the athletes on this large lap section. This is the start of that lap. Now I do think the team competition is wide open today. It is 6 to score. Derby might have the first 2 as things stand.
Defending champion James Kingston still holding.
Don't think they've got 6 in the field. They don't, they've got 4. So they won't be up for the team prize. A few teams with the 6 athletes. Hercules Wimbledon are one of them. Coventry Godiva up there. Lots of teams with lots of athletes. think Leeds City probably come into it as the favourites. They did win the team prize last time out at Bolesworth Castle. Southampton in 2022. Nottingham won it in 2020, and Leeds won it at home in 2019.
He's competed in European Championships. He finished third in 2021.
Leeds having a great run in the team competition in the 2000s.
Ben Connor, Roland,
2003, they won it. They won it in 2006, 7 and 8. 11 and 12 before winning it once more in 2019 and 2023. One of the most successful clubs in recent history over the cross country, especially in the senior men's category. We watch more of our athletes coming around this long section. Here is Hugo Milner again, making his way out of the large lap and onto the medium lap. Still he looks strong. So here he goes now into the final 2 to 2.5 kilometres. Back again, further around the course, as Ben Connor comes out of that large lap and back onto the medium lap. There's James Kingston, only just behind. The race for second is certainly still on.
Very hot. Very hot. Order station.
James Connor turns the corner and enters that straight path to the finish. There's James Kingston. Definitely that lead between second and third. That gap is shrinking. Kingston fourth at the Intercounties in the 2023-24 season, which this is the last race of. Ben Connor makes his way up that hilly section.
Here's Hugo. Here's Hugo, Phil.
There is Kingston.
Well done, great running, Derby.
just behind.
Well done, Hugo. Clear, well clear.
You can hear a fan there shouting well done to Hugo. That's Hugo Milner, of course, the leader. He's being told he's well clear. There's more of our athletes chasing. That looked to me to be not James Kingston, sorry, Callum Johnson, the winner in 2020 of Gateshead. Just see the back of him flying through. I think he might be in 4th position at the moment. There's Ben Connor.
Come on, Ben.
And James Kingston again.
Chase him, Jamie.
You can see the view that Kingston has, the back of Ben Connor's vest. Interesting to see Connor not looking behind too much, trusting in his abilities. Kingston has the work to do. Back to the foot of the hill, where the leading athletes who are a lap ahead have about 1.5 kilometres to go.
Go on, you two. Well done, lads. Go on.
Good job.
3 of you. Going all right. It is. Going very well.
Back with Ben Connor then in 2nd place.
Yeah, I'll probably crack some of this away.
He makes his way around towards the finish funnel.
Yeah, no problem. We've got 2 hours, something like, no big deal.
Haven't seen Hugo Milner for a while. I am fairly certain Ben Connor still in 2nd.
So here we are coming up to the climax of the senior men's race. Over to Roland.
At the climax of the meeting.
So Ben Connor, we're focused on, works his way down the hill.
Last we heard, Hugo Milner had doubled his lead over Ben Connor. And this is Hugo Milner, 4.392, coming down the home straight.
The announcer says Hugo Milner's coming down the home straight. You can see his feet up ahead. Apologies there. But that is Hugo Milner out front, who's coming down to the finish line. The lead has doubled, as the announcer said. Ben Connor is there in 2nd. But Hugo Milner so far ahead. Finally, he's going to get his national crown. Hugo Milner extends his arms, comes across the line, taking the tape. He is the senior men's national champion. His name is etched in history. Thumbs up to the crowd. Hugo Milner poses for the photos. He is the national champion. Now let's look back for 2nd. Will it be a derby 1-2? It will be. Ben Connor's coming up to the line.
Go on, Ali!
Previously the champion in 2017. 7 years later in 2024, he takes silver. And James Kingston, who got gold last time out in 2023, he takes bronze in 24. Hugo Milner, the champion, by some 25 seconds. Connor in 2nd, Kingston in 3rd. There's 4th place coming through, Will Battershill.
4.486.
Head of Callum Johnson, the winner from 2020, which shows how strong these fields have been.
Harriers, he competed in the European Championships before last. That's 2022, when he finished 49th.
There is Sayed Taha Ghaffari taking 6th place. You'll start to see lots of athletes piling through.
.4309 there was Jack Miller of Bristol and West. was 16th in this event last year. Midlands bronze medalist.
So there is your top 10 complete. Hugo Milner first, Ben Connor second, James Kingston third, Battershill fourth, Johnson fifth, Ghaffari sixth, Gray seventh, Miller eighth, McCallum ninth, and Eglin takes 10th. Hugo Milner already has the energy to chat. Still the athletes pile on through. As I said, about 700 athletes in the field. So finishing anywhere up there, especially under 100, is exceptional. Lovely shot at the bottom of your screen, showing the full home straight. At the top, you can see the finishing banner to see the athletes you're trying to watch come through the line. You can see how windy it is. Look at the Saucony tape to the sides, blowing up in the wind. 12 kilometres in a breeze like that cannot be easy. So 62 athletes through the line. Everyone in their own personal battle, whether that's for position, whether that's against someone around them, whether they're in the team competition. Everyone wanting to do the best they possibly can. Look at the crowds around the finish line. Look at the scenery. Such a great place to run across country. I've said it many times today. Quite jealous I'm not racing it myself. Although I'll happily look at the view and not have to run 12 kilometres. Still people coming through. Could have quite a wait till the last few come through. But for many, running and athletics as a sport is not about finishing first. It's about keeping fit, having fun, and the social aspect. There's so many benefits to running. And everyone here is doing it for their own unique reason. For your guys at the front, for Hugo Milner, I'm sure he came here with the objective of taking the gold medal, which he's done. But for many others, getting round and having fun is the driving factor. We're about to see our 100th athlete cross the line. Who will it be? Place number 100. Goes to 4.366. That'll be Dan Pointing. City of Salisbury. So he finishes in 100th, sneaking his way into the top 100 and only 6 minutes down on the leader too. So 100 athletes separated by just 6 minutes 40 seconds.
Now the second and last round of presentations are due to commence at 5
So still
o'clock.
athletes
If we
coming
can,
through.
We'd rather like to get them done a bit earlier. That's the presentation.
The announcers
four races of today's
looking to get some
proceedings.
presentations done.
And they'll be
We'll
taking
stay with
place
these pictures.
in the white marquee.
You're watching
To the right
some of the best athletes in the countries, the best athlete in the countries over cross country coming through. It's phenomenal to see so many athletes taking to a September cross country. People have called it unprecedented outside of wartime and a global pandemic. We've never had a September National before. This will be remembered for a long, long time.
So if you can't see very well and you've realised you've lost your glasses, they are up here in the announcer's emporium.
Now we'll wait for position 150. We're not too far away. You can see how many athletes are piling down that home straight now. Now plenty more on the way.
And also on the lost property.
Lots of athletes still to come through.
Card found a couple of hours ago.
There is place 150.
It was found near the finish, I believe. That's in the information tent.
James Wilson of Epsom and Ewell is the 150th athlete to cross the line, and with that, a very unique, unprecedented cross-country, national cross-country comes to a close. We'll leave you with these pictures you can see on your screen. Thank you so much for watching today's coverage. We hope you've enjoyed it, and we'll see you in February for the 2025 edition of the Saucony English National Cross Country.
And 2 t-shirts for £12, and apparently all these t-shirts are long sleeved. And there are free photo downloads available from today on pic2go.co.uk. And this has been sponsored by Saucony.
Go on, guys, keep moving for me if you can, please. Let's keep this area clear. Thank you. You've got 200 behind yourself.
Hold on, everybody. Well done, guys. Is your mates all right down there? Oh, well. Well done, guys. Keep moving down for us, guys, because we've got quite a lot coming in now. If you don't mind. Sorry, fellas, if you don't mind. We've got one or two coming in now. Keep coming, guys, for me. We've got one or two coming down here. Thank you. You all right, pal?
Yeah. All being well.
Sure. Well done. Just keep moving down to the bottom for us, guys, before you have a rest. Let's just keep this area.
Well done. Keep moving, please, guys.
Thank you.
Well done. Keep moving, lads, please. Keep moving down. Keep moving right away from the finish line.
Well done, guys. Keep
Well
moving
done.
forward. You all right, mate? Yeah.
Well done, lads. Well done. Well done, guys. Keep walking down for us. Well done. Keep walking down. Fair. Well done, Southport. Well done, guys.
Well done, guys. Just keep moving. Doing a great job.
Well done,
Well
lads.
done, chaps.
Keep-
Just carry on
keep walking
moving
down.
for us if you can. Don't go down yet, mate. You all right? Well done, guys. Just keep moving down for us, guys, if you can. Just keep the area clear. Thank you. Yeah, just keep moving outside the boundary line. That'll be good. Well done, guys. Excellent. Just keep moving out for us, guys. Well done. Well done. Well done, guys. Excellent. Well done. Well for us, guys. Well done. Keep moving down for us, guys. Well done, guys. Keep moving down for us if you don't mind. Keep the area clear. Thank you.
So we've had a great day here at Weston Park with 10 fantastic eventful races. And we now have the results of the final race of today's programme, which is of course the senior men's. And in gold medal position, first win for Derby Athletic Club, and it's Hugo Milner. Hugo was fourth in the Europeans last December, as mentioned earlier. Second place, former champion in 2017, and I remember us announcing it back then over at Woolton Park in Nottingham. Was Ben Connor, also of Derby Athletic Club. Ben was, as well as winning that in 2017, was sixth in the Europeans later that year. In third place, last year's winner, James Kingston of Tunbridge AC, and he was first in the South, 23, and this year as well. So your medalists, Hugo Milner, Ben Connor and James Kingston. Congratulations. Moving on to the team results in the senior men's race, and you might be forgiven for thinking Derby AC would have run away with it, pardon the pun. However, the title went to Bristol and West with 138 points, and Will Battersall there coming in first for them in fourth place, and Jack Miller in eighth. Highgate Harriers were second with 168 points, with Sayed Targafari in sixth place, and Leeds City Athletic Club 189 points in third place. So Bristol and West, Highgate Harriers and Leeds City, your team medalists in the Senior Men's Championship.
Well done, guys.
So further to those team results, which were the 6 to count, many of you will be aware that we also have medals for the first nine in. And the way that panned out was exactly the same, actually, as the 6 to count. So Bristol and West in first place with 333, Highgate Harriers in second with 355, and Leeds City in third place with 494.
Well, if our spotters have already handed in their radios and couldn't hear Chris Stodd's words to them, I'll thank them over the PA system if they're still within earshot. And all the officials here today, hope they did manage to enjoy themselves. Same goes for the athletes and spectators. I think the weather's helped a bit. Hopefully we'll see you all, perhaps a few more people, in February when the National Championships will be held at Parliament Hill.
Well done, guys. Keep moving through, lads. Well done. Well done, guys. Keep moving through. Well done. Well done. Guys. Well done. Keep walking down, lads, please. Are you all right on the floor there, chap? Knackered. done, guys. Well done. Well done. Well done. Can I stay up? Well done. Well done.
Right, I'm going, coach. Have a good night, you lot. Yeah, I've got a free roll. Oh, that's over. Oh!
Well done. Well done, guys. Well done. Okay. Well done. Well done. Well done, guys. Taff, I'll keep texting you the Everton score. Well done. Oh, Pensby, well done. Well done. Come on, guys, well done. Well done. Well done.
Well done, mate. Well done, mate. Well done, mate.
Well done. Well done, guys. All right.
Well done, pal. Well done, chaps. You're welcome. No, thank you for competing.
Well done.
Well, Charles.
Well done.
Harry.
Well done. Well done, guys. Well done. guys. Well done. Well done, Chester, try. Well done, you. Well done, guys. Oh, jeez. Oh. 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 Well done, Simon. Well done. Oh. Oh.